watching at. It is plinking to connect and then to disconnect. Of course it is. Why wouldn't you? Alright folks, it is charging now, so that's okay. It's fairly well charged anyway. Alright folks, here we are. Friday night again. I don't know if my lamp's too bright or not bright enough. Live chat. There's Roger. Live to fight another day, says Roger. Indeed, my friend. Yet again, I forgot to put the pinned comment across the top. So that's good of me. Such is life, folks. If anybody does want to donate, there is a link halfway down the description. We'll leave it at that for now. No more grifting. Okay, folks. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. I can't remember the rest. No fixed abode. Where do we go from there? A bum. Someone who lives rough, sleeps rough, perhaps sleeps on the street, or in my case, sleeps in a field. I'm sure I missed one or two of the synonyms there. I'm going to have to practice that a little bit more. Anthony, hello my friend. Yeah, we're well, but I will get to it. We've taken some damage today in a quite significant way. Not the tent though. Broken my solar panel, folks. I moved it around to face the sun, and then I moved it further away. I daisy chained all my devices and I had it leaning against a bush. The wind blew against the panel, so should really have been taking up straight, but the thing as the wind dropped, it pinged forward, fell flat on its face on top of 3 stones and has smashed all the glass. Now it appears to have carried on working, kind of, sort of, but from what I can read, it will degrade over time as moisture gets in. So that's going to be the winds. We're in a bit of a lull, but no, they've not gone. We've got them until midnight tomorrow, and we've just had a little bit early, a couple of hours ago, we had a civil defence alert from the government. Winds up to 90 kilometres an hour further north from here, more Valencia way, but we're going to cop for some gusts of 75 tomorrow. So far we've done okay. The tent took a little bit more damage. That corner that's ripped, that got worse. I put some tape on to try and, not so much to repair it as just to stop it from running further. But the rip was about to hit a seam, but I don't want it hitting the seam and then running up it. So I've taped the corners where that's the case. There was a little rip in the wall back here that I have taped. That was a small one, but again, I don't want it running. So we're in a bit of a pickle. I am gonna have to buy a new solar panel in the next, I don't know, month, maybe 2 if I'm lucky. But in the meantime, after I picked the panel up and saw the state of it, that like those cobweb smashes that you get, kind of covering the whole panel, and as I've brought it back to where it goes through the day, where it starts in the morning, it's cracking and creaking like continuously. It's going to be losing that glass, so I'm going to have to save up and buy a new panel. I've had a bit of a bad week with one thing and another. Well, a roller coaster ride. Let me just come back to chat. I've seen a couple of people I want to say hello to. There was Anthony. There's my friend Ismo. We were just chatting earlier. Michael Mashtag, nice to see you. Your subs going up. Are they? I didn't notice. I saw them go down because we're about to hit 1800, aren't we? We're on 90. We're on 1790 something, and I'm sure it was like 96, and the last time I looked it was 92. So it moves up and down 3 or 4 each day, but doesn't really move anywhere overall. So we'll see. There's Oscar, super enriched. Glad you and Tina are okay. That's the main thing. Tents and solar panels are replaceable. They are, mate, but I think a solar panel was just shy of 100 quid. Now, I'll probably get a better one now for the same money, but given the land that I'm on and that there are stones everywhere. Now, it has lasted 18 months, and it has been bashed about a lot, because if the wind gets behind it, it's funny, it's only a couple of weeks ago I was describing them as almost indestructible. Yeah, I'm a bit annoyed. Andy, Daft Hermits, hello my friend. Sorry can't stay on, just wanted to send you both a hug from the Highlands. I saw your comment earlier as well, my friend. Thank you, appreciated. And I believe you've got bad weather headed your way in the UK. That big, what are they calling it, like a 600-mile snow wall or something that was being described as yesterday. So yeah, everybody in the UK, and especially people who are out in the wilds like Andy there, look after yourselves, folks, especially in the wilds of Scotland. And there's Marie, can't stay for long, I appreciate you stopping by. Here's Robert, evening Mike, was watching Mike Tyson on YouTube, I guess that is, but joining you instead, working out on my weights, but listening to you as well. I appreciate that, my friend. But I always used to like a good Tyson fight. Back in the day when you're watching him, I think World of Sport introduced me to him. I think it was World of Sport. And he'd got something like 13 straight knockouts at the time. And they did a montage and showed those in quick succession. And then the week after he had a fight and he won again. And that was the beginning, I guess. Hannah says hi. Hello, Hannah. Ismo, I drink, day off, it's the weekend, indeed. Ismo has finished his work and has 2 or 3 days off. I think he's back at work on Monday, I think he said. Ferrying people to the ski slopes in northern Finland. But enjoy your time off, Ismo, and all your saunas. A sauna and a beer. Hot sauna, cold beer. That's the route. There's Kevin O'Hara. Hello, my friend. Tyson showed up to his rape trial with his fly down. Disgusting moment. Probably. I think there was only ever the one allegation, though, wasn't there? It's not like he's some kind of serial rapist, if I remember right. Now, the biting people's ears off in the ring and all of that, that's not good. I think he's calmed down a lot. Is that Roger? I assume you're pointing me at a solar panel, mate. Well, let me just... I can't click on it. I'll take a look after. I've just accidentally scrolled the chat and I didn't mean to. In fairness, going somewhere with your fly downs, it's always very easy. I mean, you could have just gone to the loo before coming out and just got it wrong. But mine's open at the minute because my fly is bust on these trousers and the button's gone and I'm held together with a bit of string. Quite unsuccessful. They have to cover it with the jumper or with the t-shirt through the day. Such is life. Very cold, Finland, minus 29°C. Yeah. Zami's in the house, everybody's here. Hello, you all, yeah. Likewise, only got 8 hours spare tonight. Keith, sign of nature. I won't be going that long. I don't think. I have got my tripod here, my 3-beer tripod. I've also, I'm at the bottom of this can, folks. I have got the next beer ready. Not as cold as I wanted because I had to turn the freezer off when my panel broke. Well, it was at the end of the day anyway. I had a really good start to the day, power-wise. Well, okay, let me just backtrack. No, I didn't. My fix on the solar panel that I did the other day didn't hold, and the wire didn't pull out, but it slipped, and I wasn't getting power, and so I went out and pushed each of the cables upwards into the socket, into the into where they belong. Let me turn on whatever that mode's called. Do not disturb. Sorry, I don't want the phone buzzing and beeping all the time, especially when it's nothing like that. Keeps warning me that I've used 40 gigabytes of data, and I'm like, fucking so what? I pay for like 250 a month or whatever. I have to go in and find that setting and change it. Well, but it offers to track data usage, but I can set what day of the month it starts, but it assumes a full 30 or 31 days a month. It assumes a calendar month. And all the places here sell you a 28-day renewal, so you get exactly 4 weeks. So it slips every month anyway, so it's kind of no good for tracking anything. I used the Libara app. Where was I? So yeah, this morning I didn't have any power coming in, so I had to, and that fixed it. So I was happy about that. I now know where the problem is and what to do. But as I said, it then off to a great start, ramping up the power. And then it clouded over, and all afternoon it was cloudy, not cloudy. You'd get a glimmer of sun for a little while, quarter of an hour, occasionally half an hour, but I wasn't clocking up the power. I wasn't getting anywhere with the EcoFlow. We were stuck on like 60 or 70% for ages, and we got above 80, and I decided it looked like it was going to be nice. I put the fridge freezer thing on to try and keep things cool in there, because I didn't get to run it at all yesterday. Was it yesterday? God, I can't remember. The days are all blurring. Yeah, I think so. I didn't get to run it at all yesterday. I didn't get enough power in. And today was awkward as well. So temperatures are a little bit high inside the fridge at the minute. And now I've smashed my panel. Hopefully it'll work in the morning, and I don't want to be moving the panel around from now on. So I have 3 positions for it. It has a position just outside the door here. In the afternoon I move it around to face the sun, and then later on when the shadows start I move it back over the field. Now I'm going to have to get all my power with it just in situ, just in place. But when I rest it back where it rests at the minute against the old cool box, the cool box is against the glass. So I've had to stand 2 planks of wood up and lean the panel, the frame of the panel against the wood, so there's nothing pressing on that glass. The back still looks solid, and I know that the part that does the generating is a very thin layer under the glass. So like I said, it might carry on working for a month or so, give me a bit of leeway to save up some pennies to buy a new panel. But you've then got the question of whether to buy a flexible panel, which are supposedly less efficient, or whether to buy another glass one and risk it happening again. I don't know. Let me introduce you to my co-star. Are you alright over there, sweetie? Just wait, I'm just gonna talk to the people. Just wait. I don't think I got through my intro, did I? Hold on. Here she is. I'll put the light away for a second, and then we'll move around to the girl herself. Hello, babe. Hello, babe. You talk to the people. You say hello. Okay. You're just gonna lick my hand. Okay, babe. Say hello to the people, Zoe. Uncle Anthony was just talking, and Uncle Ismo's out there as well. Uncle Anthony and Uncle Ismo. Yeah. On the phone. We're talking to the peoples now. They're not here. Don't go looking around for them. You are doing, aren't you? Not now, darling. No. It'll be a few weeks before we see either of them again. Okay, there's my Tina girl. Back to me. The real star of the show. I like to kid myself. Half of you are only here to see Tina. And that's okay. Well, okay folks, cheers. Thanks for joining me this evening. Shall I have another go at the intro? You are watching Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, Delta Mike. That's me. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, maybe sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, currently being battered by fairly strong winds. I don't really understand how it's so quiet at the minute. Peak gusts today, 65 kilometers an hour. Peak gusts tomorrow, 75 kilometers an hour. We have a severe weather warning in place, alerts from the government, from the civil defence people, telling you to stay indoors, not make unnecessary journeys, risk to life and limb, or risk to life and property, I think they said, actually. But, and I'm in a tent, so that's fun. I'm also fearful now as well, folks, because where the solar panel lays, depending on which direction the wind comes from, if the wind gets behind it again and knocks it over again, that'll be it finished. All the glass will just fall out, and I'll be buying a new panel sooner rather than later. With all that entails. So you remember I did the Temu order a few weeks ago, and I risked 50 euros on whether the order would get here or not. But once you start risking 100, 110 or 120 euros, yeah, it's tricky. That's tricky. I'm a bit down about that. I mean, those panels technically, you know, they technically last 20, 25 years. It's more 200 kilometers. Yeah, the Arctic Circle is what? It's 200 kilometers to the Arctic Circle, I think. Yeah, very north it is. Stop making excuses for the rapist. I don't know that I'm making excuses. He was convicted, so yeah. It's a fantastic boxer, though. Smithy, evening Mike and Tina from Mike in Manchester. All the mics are in tonight. No zip, a dead bird never leaves the nest. Lovely Tina, she's indeed lovely. Rob B, I saw you. I got an alert today for once that you'd posted some music. I don't know whether you've been quiet lately or whether I've just not been getting the alerts. I think I stopped by a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think you'd done any for a couple of weeks, so I don't know. Hope you're all right, mate. In Glasgow, if I remember correctly. With tent life, hold on. Need a storm plan which doesn't involve the main tent. Yeah, I've got a plan. I've got my small emergency tent, and I got my big tent for afterwards, for after, you know, for a few days after. But I got my little two-man or three-man tent for if anything goes totally tits up. I don't expect the tent to blow away when you look at everything that's in here, but it could split open like other ones have. If that happens, my initial plan would be to set up the bed in here set up the tent, sorry, on top of the bed, so that I've still got the softness underneath me. Pull all the blankets and everything inside. I've got the electric blanket here in the corner. I could put that in, and yeah, connect to the EcoFlow. How am I for power here? I'm okay at the minute. Yeah, we're on 81%, and it won't. The devices are more or less fully charged. The two tablets, the light isn't plugged in somehow. Oh, okay, that wasn't really the plan. I've got the wrong thing plugged in on the wire. I've lost or misplaced temporarily. So I had two really long cables. I think they were 3 meters rather than 5, but one of them snapped the other week, And the other I just can't find right now. I've just misplaced the bloody thing, which I hate. I hate losing stuff, but I do it so often. I'm so good at it. Let me scroll. Okay, I think I'm up to, unless that's frozen. Oh, here's the next instruction, folks. In the chat window, anyone watching, you want to have chat open. And you want to go into the settings for chat and select live chat rather than top chat. If you are here watching me tonight, Friday night, you want to make sure that you've got the word live and a red dot in the bottom left hand corner. And if you do watch on catch up, if you watch the video on demand, you want to activate live chat replay. Now you do that by clicking the button that's got, Tina, where are we going? No, you were supposed to stay here. Bugger. You do that by activating the double speech bubbles. There's two speech bubbles, one behind the other if you're watching this on demand. She's snuck off, she's turned around under the covers and she's off down the other end of the bloody bed. But she's dragging the covers with her. Buggerlugs. You've gone sideways or down? Okay, you're across. No, that's not your... Where are you? What are we doing? What are we doing and why? That's weird. You're laying on top of fly killers and stuff. Have you fallen? Come back this way. Come on back. I think you've gone there accidentally, haven't you? Come on, stay and cuddle. Cuddle your bloody daddy. Hey. Go get a kiss. Kisses. No. Oh. There's my girl. Don't know if you can see that or not. She's dark. Try to see Tina against the blackness of night and the black at the back of the tent. Remember? Oh, I got my kiss. I got kisses from my little missus. Huh? Okay. Back to the peoples. Sorry, folks. Dog, I'm not sure. I don't think she deliberately went down the side. I think she fell off the edge of the bed into the gutter. I'm going to go top chat and then back to live chat because I think it might have frozen. No, I am up to date. You're just not talking to me, folks. Okay. So, yeah. It's been quite the week with the ups and downs with the... So, I had an intermittent problem with my solar panel with a dodgy connection. I had an ongoing intermittent problem with the EcoFlow, which seems to have cleared now. Then I managed to repair the solar panel temporarily. Didn't hold. But I've got an easy fix. And then I've gone and smashed the panel entirely. So that's fun. My backup solar panels, I've got two small 10-watt solar panels. The wires were twisted together. So I got potentially 20 watts. Which would be enough on a good sunny day. That would be enough to get some good power into the EcoFlow. That connects, that has a 12-volt cigarette port, the female end. So I could just charge devices directly from that with a cigarette lighter adapter. Except one of the panels has snapped off, that the wires have broken and need rework. I was going to do that. Was that yesterday morning I was going to do that? But then I got the other panel working, so I put that off. This is my way. This is my superpower, to put things off. But I'm gonna have to look seriously. I can't find my bloody wire cutters though. Wire strippers. So I'll be doing it with the cutty part of the pliers, of big pliers, and the little wires. So that's a little bit iffy. Tina girl, stop wriggling. So yeah, I'll be trying to do that with the pliers unless I can find... I had a bag of tools at the back of the bed here that had the pliers, wire strippers, a couple of little screwdrivers, some little bits of wire. It's all here. No, it's not. So at some point I've done some clever tidying up. That's where it goes wrong, folks. Whenever I fucking tidy up, then you can't find shit. Oh, earlier today, so I've got these tote boxes, they call them, don't they? These big plastic boxes for putting things in. Used to use them to put food in to keep them away from the mice. I've also got one that's full of cookery stuff. Sharp knives, spatulas, fish slice, corkscrews, whatever. Used to have all my frying pans used to be in here before they went missing. I've got so much stuff in here at the minute because of all the food that those ladies brought last week, and that Karen got, I think, the week before, and that I got when I went shopping a few days before that. It's all in here, and I'm playing stepping stones trying to find an empty bit of space to get around something. But I was at full stretch getting around today, and I lost my footing, and kind of half fell over. I mean, I went over, I didn't hit the ground because I landed on one of these bloody boxes. So I've busted that to hell. Man, I've got so much in the way of condiments. Sauces and ketchups and mayonnaises, and I gotta make a concerted effort to get through them, but what do? Just make hot dogs all the time so I can get through the mustard and the mayo and mustard and ketchup. Don't know. I got to do something. I got a cauliflower and broccoli sat here needing using as well. So yeah, stuff just disappears. Yeah, it does. It does. I can lay down in bed, put my tablet or phone down, and it's gone missing. But that's because there's a big dip in the middle of the bed and everything slides. Everything slides inwards towards the middle and down towards the bottom of the bed and off. My 3-meter USB cable, A to C, I've got no idea where that is. Oh, another thing going on with my electrics and everything. One of my USB C to C cables, I've only got 2. One of them's getting a bit janky, a bit. Yeah, cables, folks. Cables are a nightmare. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you're a prepper, or if you're thinking you're about to be made homeless, you need far more cables than you think you do. They just don't last. It's a pain in the backside. You'll find it when you don't need them. That's usually the way. Or the other one. Yeah, my nail clippers turned up. They've been missing for about 4 months. I was looking for something else that had dropped off and over, and I found them in a weird corner, tucked kind of half under the bed. No idea how some stuff happens. But yeah, the other one is I'll find stuff when I'm moving tent, when I have to empty it. It takes me 3 days to empty the tent, or it did last time, and that was with help on the 3rd day. That's when stuff turns up. But then when you put the new tent up and bring things back in and try and be really organised, then you lose it all again. And that really organised end of the tent, that storeroom that you have at the other end, the first time that you can't find something and you start looking, moving a bag of this and a box of that, it's here somewhere, I know it's in this side, and then you look at the devastation that you've left from moving everything. The organisation lasts about 2 minutes. Also, the way I did it last time, I had everything like in a U shape around the edge of that spare bedroom. But they were piled like 2 and 3 things high. As soon as you get wind and that wall blows in, that pile just gets knocked off. Yeah, I don't know. What can you do? Yeah, you'll find them when you don't need them. That's often the way. Like I said, there's a big movement at the minute. Everything moves down the bed because it's kind of on a slope. There's two mattresses, one on top of the other, and the top one has slid that way, so the bottom of it is off. So things naturally gravitate that way, and it is gravity. It is gravitating literally. So if I dig around at the bottom of the bed, I often find things that are missing, just on the floor, just there. Must feel liberating being outside the legal shit, worried about jobs, bills and other fears. I have a lot of the same fears. I mean, okay, no job. I have to worry about what the fuck am I going to do to fill my time. Money's still an issue, you know, because I'm not earning. Hence the donation link, folks. Can I? Hold on, I know that Jack Attack was here before, and he posted the link. Can I pin it? Oh, if I click there, it's gonna. I can't message report, remove, put user in timeout, hide this. No, I can't pin it. Well, that's bizarre. I can't do anything, folks. The job's fucked. But yeah, the money thing. See, I said, I think in the run up to Christmas, I said, you know, stop donating. I had enough. I knew I had enough to get through Christmas and the New Year. I thought I could get partway through January. I made it to the end of January. And we're now, what? Almost halfway through. Tomorrow's the 14th, isn't it? We are halfway through February. Which means today was Friday the 13th, doesn't it? Which I mentioned in the title of the video. And I went and busted my solar panel, didn't I? Friday the 13th. It was unlucky for me this time. Not a big believer in such things. Tri-sky-decaphobia? Something like that. Don't know where I'm remembering that from, but I do believe that's correct. Tri-sky-decaphobia. I don't know about the pronunciation, but someone check. Oh, me, I can check. Hold on. You see, I pride myself that when you come here, you learn something new every week. I think I'm going to go with T-R-I-S-K-I or Y? A-I. Hold on. Tri-sky. Okay, deca with a K. Tri-sky-decaphobia. Meaning. I know the meaning, but... oh, I could have done the pronunciation. Oh, I still can.
Trisky-decaphobia.
Trisky. Oh, I would have gone with try because 3. Trisky-decaphobia. Extreme superstition regarding the number 13. Trisky. Really? Surely try because 3 and 10. I don't know. You live and you learn. I do anyway. I like to live and learn. I'm particularly keen on the living part. Given that the winds are supposedly going to lead to a... how did they word it? A danger to not life and limb. A danger to life and property. Yeah. Oh, have I... did I scroll that backwards that far? Possibly. Hold on. There was the last one I read out. Must feel liberating. Don't forget, being homeless has caused me legal shit. I've been arrested... how many times? If you include at the airport, 4, maybe 5 times, I think, for missing court dates that they don't give me, and therefore I just get held overnight, told to go home and wait for the next court date. That one. I wish you would contact your country's embassy. They won't do anything in the circumstances. When you've got issues with courts, they literally say you have to. They can't interfere. They can't do anything. You have to go through the due process. Yeah. Greatest Gary's. There is a. I was looking at your. Oh, it doesn't say here. Great Gary. I've lost chat. Where are we? Good evening, young Delta. Okay. Good evening to you. If I remember correctly, you're 1 hour ahead of me, or 2? 1 hour, I think. Here we go. I told you we were just in a quiet lull. It's taken half an hour, but we're here again now. Okay, Tina. Okay, baby. Takes her a while to adjust when it comes back. Oh, babe. It's okay. Takes her a while to adjust. Once we're kind of 4 hours into a gale, she kind of settles into it and settles down, but she doesn't like it to begin with. But I think this is just the opening blasts. Let me have a look at where we are within the weather forecast. Torrevieja weather. Wind. Allegedly 27 kilometers coming in from the west, which is this wall here. Taking it amidships, as it were. 27 kilometers at the minute. It's going to stay about that until 5 in the morning, when it jumps to 31 and then up to 37, 39, 42. Those are the average wind speeds. And then you got the blasts, which can be up to double sometimes, but at the minute 75 kilometers is the let me open that up. Where's windy? I can't see it. Hold on, everybody. Wait a minute now. I'm having to search for apps on my phone because they're not on the home screen like they should be. Oh. Okay. That was a bit of a mess. It took me to rather than just opening the app, listing the app and opening it, it listed the app, and then it took me to the app store, which I thought was weird, and then it just gave me an open button rather than an install because it's already here. Let me look at tomorrow for the wind. Oh no. Oh, I fucked it. No. Let me do that again. No. Oh, bloody thing. I use it so infrequently, I don't know how to use it. I'm going to close it again. I'll close it and open it again. If I don't get the first click right, now it's not offering it to me. Bloody hell, what a fuck up. Open. Right. Give it a second, folks. I click there, now it gives me all the wind speeds, and it's in red, and it goes up to 77 kilometers an hour. The gusts tomorrow, 4 while 7. 77 kilometers a fucking hour. With weather warnings and red alerts and civil protection alerts on the phone. I'm not guessing what they might say, Marie. I've seen documentaries and things, and I know people who've been in similar situations. Deep down, I feel he prefers there over UK for his reasons. I mean, I do. I like Spain a lot, but I've got to get back to the UK to sort my bank and my money and stuff out, and then they won't let me back into Spain anyway, will they? Might not let me back into Schengen. Might be banned forever. Sounds like you're in a lifeboat or the Arctic Ocean. It's only just picked up. It's only just started again. Incoming storm. Yeah. Kind of. A windstorm, a gale. I mean, in miles an hour, it's not as many. So maybe I should convert back to that. I get worried when I start hearing numbers like 60 and 70 kilometers an hour. Tricky. Where's my beer? Let's get this one finished because this one's warm. Can I see the bin? I think so. Oh, it missed. Get it later. Hey Tina, are you going underground? Are you going under? Or are you staying here with me? Okay, baby. You got me. Your ears are cold. Your ears are cold. You need a snooze of your own. Like mine. It's only a couple of nights ago. I was too hot in bed, too warm. What was it, 17 degrees? And I'm sat under 4 layers of blanket and quilt. 17 bloody degrees in the middle of February. At night. 6 in the morning. Okay folks, what kind of week have you all had? How's the weather been where you all are? Let's talk. Tina girl, you're pulling all the covers everywhere. Where are you? Are you trying to go under? Are you going under the covers? I don't know what you want, sweetheart, but you've been a nuisance. You've been a nuisance. You move where you want, as long as you don't pull all the covers off me while you do it. Okay? I get you. I just get you. Nuisance dog. I love her, but she can be a bloody nuisance. Now she's got her paws under my bum. Oi! Get out. Get out. Oh! Weather is mediocre as usual in London, Zami says. Get a windshield for your stove. Yeah, I should look into that. I did have a load of bricks once upon a time. I could probably knock something together. But then you need to know which direction to shield from. Now, I haven't made coffee the last two days. Yeah. Well, in fact, at the minute, my 2 cups were up on the top of this cabinet, this set of drawers, and they got knocked off. One of them I've lost the lid from now. My little red one, the one that doesn't have a very tight seal. I got to dig around over in that corner somewhere and around there, see whether I can retrieve the. I hope it hasn't fallen in one of the bin bags. So I'll have to empty all of the bin bags just to look for the lid. That would be annoying if that happened. Yeah. If this is 27 kilometers and it's going to get up to 77, we're not going to survive that intact. The tent's going to take a hell of a set of damage, I would imagine. Don't know. Don't want to think about it too much. I've got my go bin. It's not a go bag, but it's a go bin with my emergency tent, emergency survival sleeping bag, some dry clothes if needed, and some other stuff. I don't know. That plus the eco food. Like I said, the first step would probably be just to put the tent up inside here. Then again, I'm losing height here. Everything's sagging inwards. The poles of the tent sag over time. They're not intended to take the weight permanently. I think it's about, I can't work out whether it's 9 or 10 months since we put the tent up. It's been a while. The Thames barrier holds, you know, I remember when that was new. They'll be having to build extra around it soon. It won't be big enough to stop the rising tides. Well, I hope it doesn't get too bad and too quick. I mean, I want it. I was surprised at the lull that we had at the start of the show. I still don't like calling it a show. But the lull that we had was a surprise because of the wind that we've had all day. Just gotta move that around. I got the wire to the lamp was laying on the wire to the phone and could have pulled the phone off, but fortunately didn't. Okay, folks, keep talking. Your tent would end up in the ocean. No, that can't happen. The weight of stuff in here, the chest of drawers, the 2 mattresses, the bin that's full of stuff, the Queen Anne type living room chair, the veg rack that has got more sauces and ketchups and mayo than it has actual food. All the stuff, the fridge freezer, camping size, like a cool box but better. That's not light. The television, everything. There's a lot of weight in here. Then there's the other storeroom at the end of the spare bedroom, which is absolutely jam-packed full of stuff. I've got more blankets just in the spare room than I could probably ever use. Let's have a look here. Okay, hold on. Okay, Rob B. All the best, brother. Tina, okay. Yeah, she's fine. She's a little bit nervous at the minute from the wind picking up. Health-wise, she's deteriorating. Things are progressing. Things are progressing. Things are getting worse bit by bit. It used to be that when a friend came around, Tina could bum shuffle all the way around the tent and go meet them in the field. That doesn't happen anymore. She can just about hold herself up at the front, but she doesn't have enough strength to pull herself on her own around the field. If you saw, I did a couple of cookery videos last. What was that, on Monday? Might have been this week. Might have been last. And she kind of didn't move from her spot unless I helped her move. So yeah, now she's still okay if I'm holding her up at the back. She can still walk with her front legs, but she hasn't got enough strength to move around on her own with those. So even just going and getting a drink of water, I have to help her off the bed and back on the bed. But she's okay in and of herself. She's not. There's no sign of pain, and she's her usual friendly self. Thank you, babe. You're going to get the dirt. Well, now you've gone under the quilt. Okay. Whoa, what's that? Okay. I got it. Sorry, folks. I've had to lay down my little bottle of soapy water and my tall drinking glass, I've had to lay those down, otherwise they're just going to get knocked over and end up all over the place. I'm going to move the lamp a little bit further away because the wall of the tent is starting to come in. How long ago was that? 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago? The wall of the tent was coming in so far I couldn't even have the lamp on the where it is. I had to just put it on the floor and be lit, old Vincent Price kind of style from underneath, like a horror film. I probably look more like Boris Karloff, but you know. What's your favourite food in the world? Do you like haggis? I love haggis. Haggis is lovely. In a lot of ways it's a little bit like black pudding in that you're not really tasting what it is that's in there, you're tasting the spices. Black pudding doesn't taste like what people think it's going to be when you describe the ingredients. The pig's fat and the pig's blood and oats and whatever. Or over here they do it with rice rather than oats in Spain. What do they call it? Morchella? Something like that. Yeah, those things, you're tasting all the added spices rather than the ingredients themselves. Tina girl, what is this? What's with all the wriggling and kicking? Where are you going and why? You're just being a nuisance for the hell of it. Okay, let me have my hand back. I need my hands to work the chat. Favourite food? I love a good roast dinner. If you've seen me attempt to make a couple, well, 2 or 3 isn't now, since Christmas. Favourite food in the world? Fish and chips is a classic. Fish chips and mushy peas with salt and malt vinegar. Or the stuff they sell in fish and chip shops that they claim is malt vinegar, but there isn't. Tom Scott did a great video of that a few years ago. Technically, they're not even allowed to call it vinegar. Something like dextrose malt substitute extract or some such. Don't know. Open top tent. It wouldn't be my first one. It wouldn't be the first. I had one, my first tent. So I lived under a tarp strung over 6 broom handles. And then a guy called Simon got me a second-hand tent. And I was in there for 6 or 7 months. And then it split literally end to end one night. Didn't have any seams across the ceiling. So as soon as it got a split, it just ran. And it was instant. And that was job done. I put a tarp over the top and lived in it for another 6 or 7 months. But yeah, then the last tent did something similar, but it had the seams across the roof, so it couldn't run the length of the tent, but of the 4 roof panels, the 4 sections of the tent, 3 of them ripped in one day, and once the wind got under, ripped them all off, and they were blowing around in the field for a few days until I could collect them all back and put them in the bin. And again, tarp over the top. That one had walls missing as well in the end. There's a great shot. I think I used it as the thumbnail for the video to begin with, but people didn't like it, so I swapped that out. But if you watch the video where we took the last tent down and put this one up, you will see the ribs, the poles. Apart from the floor, once I took all the tarps away, all that was left was the ribs. There was no wall. None of the walls were there anymore. I was living under these kind of fiberglass hoops with a patchwork of 5 or 6 different tarps over the top. So yeah, open air tents wouldn't be a new phenomenon for me, especially as the tents get to the end of their life. Tina got 4 months, hopefully. I would hope that she'd manage that. This will definitely be her last year. The Christmas that we just had is almost certainly the last one she will have. Almost certainly. I said that the Christmas before and was amazed that she hung on. The deterioration that she was undergoing kind of slowed down and stabilised, and now it's ongoing again. But as long as she's not in any pain, I'm happy to carry her and do whatever she needs. Had to make a few compromises in life. We won't go into the details. Keith, son of nature. It happened to his. Got an extra 2 years without meds. Yeah, see, the vet that we saw just wanted to give her 30 days of painkillers, even though there was no sign she needed them, and then wanted to finish it. Marie saying good night. Do look to your home for help to get out of your situation, DM. There's no way for an able-bodied man of your age to live, and I say that with a good heart for you and Tina. I will be banished. No, you won't. No. You're fine. I know it's coming from a good place. It's okay. Good night. And thank you for joining us. Thank you. You said at the start you couldn't stick around too long. You've managed almost an hour. Okay, folks. Let me just see if I can come up with other things for that favourite food in the world question. See, I'm not a big one for fancy food. I am a plain eating kind of guy. So roast beef, Yorkshire pud, potatoes, roast potatoes and or mashed. When I was a kid, we'd often have both, roast and mash on the same plate. A couple of other veg, whatever's to hand, and some gravy. You can't beat a good roast dinner. And what that means is if you do it enough and you practice enough, it's not a big problem to make a Christmas dinner, because it's the same thing, just with turkey. I get my head pushed around here by the wall. Other meals that I like, I've said fish and chips. And some of the classics, burgers and hot dogs and things. I have got hot dog sausages, 2 different lots. And I've got some proper sausages still need using. So if the wind ever dies down to the point where I can use my stove, I might have a couple of hot dog sessions this week. I had some lovely stuff earlier today from the bags that Pat and oh god, that's bad, isn't it? Sue, Pat and Sue. Sorry ladies, if you're watching. It's just my memory, it's not you, it's me. At first I thought they were breads or buns or biscuits, but I took them out of the bag and they were like stuffing balls. But I think there was actual meat in there as well, so I think it was like a pate of like pate as in like a burger patty. It was like meaty and bready and stuffingy all at once. Yeah, no, those were lovely. I suppose 100% wool don't matter over there like here. We don't get down to too stupid temperatures, and usually rain or wet isn't a problem inside the tent. So the benefits of wool. I've got a few good blankets, but the quilts are good as well, and this other thing. I guess it's like a quilted blanket. Not like a full-on duvet, but I've got 2 blankets on here. Well, I've got one proper blanket, and then I've got this quilted, it's like a quilted bedspread, but thicker, and it doesn't have the flouncy bits around the edge, so it is just more of a quilted blanket than a valance. Is that the word? Valance? I believe so. What are we doing, darling? I'm going to just check on what's going on with her. She's slunk off down the bed. Hi, babe. Hi, babe. Where's... What's what? What's going on? What's the problem? I don't know what you're doing. Or why you're doing it. You alright? You just... I'm fat. Is that what it is? Okay. I think she's trying to back off under the covers and I don't know. In a minute she'll be horizontal across the bed, or she'll be turned around and she'll be off the bottom of the bed. She just won't lie still. You're okay, babe. Bit annoying, but okay. What's this one? Oh yeah, that's the wire that's gone a bit funky. See if I can get back up this way a little bit. If it's not going to batter me around the head too much. Okay, folks, let's chat. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks, if you haven't already. At least, by not having the pinned comment, at least I can see the numbers now. Not that they're important or anything. So yeah, Keith, I suppose 100% wool don't matter. Not really. I mean, it would be nice to have. If I ever get back to reality, I will make sure to have a supply of such things for emergencies, in case I ever end up back in a silly situation like this again. Yeah, no, wool would be the preferred material for such things. But then it would be the preferred material for things like socks and things as well, and jumpers. You can't always have what's ideal, can you? Best winter without the mice. We have got a little thing going on. I did pull one out of the traps this week. Now whether that means that there aren't any or there aren't many, or whether it means I'm just not baiting the traps and putting enough of the traps out. I haven't really got space to put them anywhere. I've got one along between the wall of the bedroom and the wall of the outer wall of the tent. I got one in that kind of gutter way, in that thing, and I got one kind of in amongst these bags of food on the floor over there. And so far there's been no sign of any incursion into any of my food. Nothing's got picked up by the mice. They haven't got into anything they shouldn't have. But I have killed, is it 4 or 5 in the last month and a half? This year, basically, since Christmas. I don't remember when the first was. I had these 2 traps set from months ago, and I turn around one day and there's something in one of them, and when I look at the other trap, that one had got something as well. I think I'd heard one of them go off in the morning, not even at night, like 9 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. There was a clunk and I thought, mouse trap maybe? And when I looked, yeah, but both had got. Now there's 2 others down here that they got triggered the other week, but that was because of things falling on them when the wind blew. These ones haven't caught anything in forever. So I'm probably going to look, see if I can find a spot out there to put these two. Get all 4 traps baited or re-baited. That doesn't sound right. I probably need to clear some of the old stuff out. There's probably some dried gunky ketchup in the bottom of the little pot in those two. I'm not sure if I've caught 4 or 5 though. So we're not entirely mouseless. But I haven't had them scurrying around. I haven't known that they're there. They're not in anything. I've had none in my bedroom like in previous years, in previous tents. I'm going to tempt fate. Haven't seen hide nor hair of rats in any form. Haven't heard them moving around outside. Certainly haven't had any inside. I don't have a trap that would cope with them either. I don't have a bigger... The style of mousetrap that I've got, these with the interlocking plastic teeth, they do a bigger one, kind of shoebox size. But I haven't got any of those. I'm hoping to not have a requirement for any of those. But there are bits of spilt stuff around. A few weeks ago I dropped a load of lentils. The bag split. They're in a carpet. I'm not picking up individual fucking lentils out of a carpet. In general, they don't touch the dried stuff. In general. They did once nibble away at some spaghetti. But they must have been pretty desperate. But no, in general, I'm being left alone by them. If we catch 1 or 2 a month, hey, so be it. It only started happening after we got splits in the wall of the tent. I don't think they're coming up through the floor this time like they did last. The carpet will be helping with that. But no, it's relatively peaceful on that front. Jack Attack posting the link again, thank you my friend. I think Tina's farted. I won't waft the covers too much and try and stay still. What else are we going to talk about, folks? I told you about my woes with my panel and with the EcoFlow. I think the EcoFlow is sorted. A couple of resets and that seems to have fixed that issue where it was freezing, not charging anymore even when there was power coming in. I worked out what the issue was with my solar panel. I got the wire in and working, although it didn't hold. The next time I moved the panel around, we lost a bit of grip again, but I just push it up and in again. But now I've gone and smashed the panel entirely, so that's a bit awkward. Let me bring up my notes for the week, and we'll have a little run through any other highlights. Let's have a look. I haven't written the highlights for each day, but start with Monday. Yeah, Monday started weird. It's supposed to be sunny, and then it was very cloudy all morning, most of the morning. But once we did get some sunshine, we were away with almost 80 watts, so that was good. Plan for the day was to do a full cooked breakfast, yeah, full English kind of thing. I kept putting it off because of the weather, and then it came out nice. And I was going to do a breakfast followed by chicken stew, and I did that in the end. But I didn't start until, was it like 2 in the afternoon before I started breakfast? And then an hour and a half later I did the chicken stew with lots of paprika and ginger, garlic and paprika. It was lovely. If you haven't watched the video, give it a go. Yeah. The first one, I think the breakfast took me 2 hours to cook. Having to cook this and then cook that and then cook the other and then warm it all up at the end. A bit of a performance. Single gas ring, what can you do? I did flounce it up a bit because broccoli and sprouts aren't usually part of a full English breakfast. So I did make things more difficult for myself, but I had this stuff that needed using. And yeah, the chicken stew. Oh, I did the breakfast thing, ate my breakfast. And then my friend Tom arrived. I didn't even know he was back in the country. But Tom arrived and came for a visit. And then I cooked the chicken stew afterwards. That only took an hour. And lasted me 3 days. 3 good days of eating. Good panful. But those cooking sessions were both live streams. And by the time I'd finished them, I had an aching back. I was knackered. I was full, I was knackered. Bending over to chop things or sitting down and chopping them and bending over the stove all the time. I really should do something to get the stove off the ground. But, you know, what I should do and what I do, not always the same thing. So that was Monday. Crawled into bed wanting a nap. And I didn't get to sleep for 2 hours. 20 past midnight. So we're into Tuesday. Woke up convinced it was like 7 o'clock the next morning. There was traffic. So when it's dark and traffic and you just woke up, I always assume that it's close to 7 or 8 o'clock. Yeah, no. So because I'd had this like a 4-hour nap, 4.5-hour nap by this time, I was awake all the rest of the night then. What do you do all night? Just watch YouTube videos. I did manage another little sleep about 6:30. Yeah. So amazingly, I woke up and the EcoFlow was still on 87%. I still had almost a full charge. But it was heavy cloud all morning. 12 o'clock we suddenly get full sunshine. And I'd been struggling with the EcoFlow at this point, and this was where this was the one where I knew that there was power coming in, and the EcoFlow just wasn't accepting it. And I managed in the end to persuade it to get going. It was on a certain level, and I set it using the power. And once it used 3 percentage points, it kicked in and started accepting a charge. Yeah. Spent the day eating that chicken stew that I'd made the day before, got drowsy again, had a nap, and lo and behold, woke up thinking that it was the next morning, thinking it was 7 o'clock the next morning. No, 10:30 at night. I've had my night's sleep already by 10:30 the night before. As I wrote here, what the fuck? So into Wednesday. What happened Wednesday? What are the highlights? Oh, this was where I was resorting to using trying to use my 2 small solar panels, my backup solar panels, and that's when I found that one of the panels is totally disconnected. They're supposed to come in, and I got twisted wires with the other, so that both the positives and both the negatives twisted together, so effectively running in parallel. And no, one of them's just got brittle and snapped entirely off on both wires. So I spent half the day looking for my wire strippers. Still haven't found them. They were in a fucking bag here. I don't know how this stuff happens, folks. I don't know how I lose stuff like this. But this was when I found one of the. While I was searching for that, that's when I found a dead mouse in the mouse trap over there. But I did manage to find my pliers, my proper pliers, and they do have a bit of a wire cutting thing on, which you can, if you don't press too hard, you can twist around a wire and strip the outer coating rather than cutting the whole thing. Oh, this is where an old guy, an old friend really. When me and Tina used to sit on the cliff tops when I was first homeless, when we'd sit there through the day for about 8 hours. There was a couple used to walk past, Norwegian couple. He's got kind of a German name, Henning and his wife, whose name is unpronounceable to the English. They used to walk past. Well, he must have been walking over this way at some point that day. So he called in, came and said hello. I was a little bit harangued. I was messing about with broken solar panels and things though. So yeah, this was my low point when the main panel wasn't working, and I hadn't quite worked out how to finagle it and how to work it. So that wasn't working, and my two backup panels, one of those was kind of disconnected from the setup. So at maximum I had a 10-watt panel. But it wasn't even that sunny a day, so I was getting a fraction of the 10 watts, struggling to get any charge even into my phone or tablet. This was when I took the pliers. This was when I got my first fix for the panel. I took the pliers to this nut, this plastic kind of a nut. It's not exactly a hexagonal or anything, but round with some grippy kind of trace on the outside. And I untwisted, took out the wire, pushed it back in and tightened the nut back up, but I couldn't get it properly tight apparently. But then suddenly I lifted the panel and I had power. And we had an hour and a half left maybe of that afternoon of sunshine. So I was getting a charge again. So I went from deep despondency where neither set of panels was good enough. I suddenly had this one working, and we got a bit of sun at the same time. So that was good. This part of the roller coaster this week, the ups and downs. I managed to get up from 50% on the EcoFlow up to 80%. Expected to hit 100% in the next hour. Yeah. But we got to 89%, and what's happening there? Yeah, I classed the day. That's Wednesday. I did up to Wednesday. I classed that as a success in the end. Started off with deep despondency with neither solar setup working, and ended with a good amount of power in. What's going on, babe? You're looking at me like you need something. What is it? What is it? You just want cuddles? You're too warm? Do you need water? Do you need something? I think you want water, don't you? Do you? Hold on, folks. I'm just going to mute the microphone. Give me 2 minutes. I gotta get her off the bed, get her a drink of water, and then get her back on the bed. Give me a minute. Sorry about that, folks. Tina decided that now was a good time to have a drink of water. And now she's decided to stay at the other end of the bed, facing off the bottom. Let's just, am I back? Can you hear me? Okay. Farmer's in the house. Let me scroll back. Try and get an industrial heavy duty fabric tent. I've already got my next tent. Industrial heavy duty fabric tent. Yeah, fabric tents need more maintenance, don't they? You got to keep waterproofing them, and I don't know where I would get one. I don't know if I've got the money for one. There was Farmer arriving. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. He welcomes me to my own stream and says hello. No need to mute the mic, we're all adults. If you need to rip one, it's alright. It's not me, it's Tina that's more likely to do that. And you know it helps that I'm on the computer. Farmer saying hello to everybody. Jack Attack said cheers. Let's do... Where are we for time? 25 past 11. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me this evening. Remind me, I left off on Wednesday when I just did that quick rundown of highlights of the week. I'll pick up from Thursday morning when we come back to it later. How are things with you, Jack Attack? And Farmer? How's life? How's the weather? Are you ready for the snow, Jack Attack? I haven't heard the latest actually. I haven't seen a UK news article or anything about the weather yet. One of the preppers that I follow did a video about it yesterday. UK Prepper Network. No, UK Urban Prepper. Mike. Where's my BBC News? On this one here. Let's have a quick look at where you all are. I have to dig down 4 layers to get to some UK news. From the home page, News UK. I'll do Scotland because I was asking Jack Attack. And Aberdeen finally sees sunshine after 21 days of gloom. How many of you in the UK, how many of you have had rain every day this year? Should I have just picked weather? Is weather an option? Is that a... It doesn't appear to be. Maybe these things pictures BBC. I'll just type Glasgow weather. Glasgow weather. -1 at the minute. Moderate snow ice warning. Glasgow. It will rise to 4 degrees at some point tomorrow in the early afternoon. +4. 20% and 40% chance of snow tomorrow night. And then it doesn't mention snow again until Wednesday and Thursday. What happened to this 600-mile wall of snow that was on its way? See what you guys are saying. Yeah, Glasgow, Scotland, where Jack Attack is. Not keen on the big yellow ball in the sky. Got to try the red wine and cola. Is that, to me, I do drink red wine and cola all the time. Have done all the time I've been in Spain, but especially when I've been homeless. Because it was, well, because the ale was cheap, the wine was cheap, and the cola was even cheaper, and it made the wine last longer. So yeah. How did that work out? I treated myself to a litre of wine and 2 bottles of cola. My first Christmas. I wanted to buy a case of beer, but I couldn't afford that. I couldn't afford that. My first Christmas homeless. That was the one where I found 3/4 of a litre of vodka by a bin. And I made that last 3 weeks or no more. I think I found it 3 weeks before Christmas. I made it last until Christmas, and I had the very last drop of it, a single shot of it, on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. And this was while we were still sleeping outside. There was no tent or shelter or anything at that point. I had begun building a bed, or a raised platform, if you will. Yeah. I impressed myself with that. It only lasted a couple of weeks, but that was the dog. That was the dog. I built it to not move in a certain direction, and I wasn't expecting that whenever we got in, Tina would fight me, and she was causing, rather than lateral movement, she was causing a longitudinal movement, I guess you'd call it. Little bugger. She didn't like being like 3 foot off the ground. So when I got up to go to the loo, and then when I came to get back in, she always felt like I was going to push. It was only a single bed width. She always felt I was going to push her off the bed, so she'd fight me. She wouldn't let me on. Little bugger. This was about 5 months before the YouTube channel started. Maybe 4. Yeah, that Christmas. So I think that Christmas we were sleeping on the floor. I had got a single mattress. I had picked up a mattress, a proper real mattress, rather than just the sun bed, rather than the sun lounger thin mattress. I've got a proper mattress. So I built the bed. We slept on that for about 2 days. And I didn't like it at first. By being raised up that far off the ground, suddenly all the people on this little track that runs past the tent here, they could see us. We were visible over the bushes and things. People on the main road on the bus could suddenly see us. Instead of us being on the ground behind grass and bushes, we were suddenly visible. On top of that, the prevailing wind at the time was from the north, which was the opening where my head is in the bed. So one night the tarpaulin that was wrapped around the bed got ripped off us, so I had to find a way of securing all that down. But even then, we were open. We were open to the wind from that end, so I had to find a way of getting in and under and tying the top of the tarp to the wooden structure. It's getting a bit windy again, folks. So we didn't leave that long. We had thunder and lightning coming in, so I built that's when I built a quick shelter. 6 broom handles and a bigger tarp that I'd found a few weeks earlier, but they had big rips in it, and I finally put that up because we had thunder and lightning coming. Yeah. I look back on this with kind of some level of fondness, and it's a little bit bizarre, really, because it wasn't great. Especially the first few days when we had a concave roof. It's only later. There used to be a big skip on one of the side roads, and I found these really straight. I don't even think they were branches. I think they were trees. They might have been like willow or something. There wasn't much in the way of. They had buds coming off the side, but not branches as such. And that's when I hammered a stake into the ground, wrapped and tied the branches to the stake, and then bent them over and tied them together to make an arch. Two of those, and suddenly I had a proper convex roof instead of concave. Fun times indeed. Are you alright down there, Tina? Well, she stopped fidgeting and moving, so that's a good sign, I think. I'm about to lose. What's going on here? This wire. Oh, I put the tablet on top of the wire. Here we go. Now it's better. So Jack doesn't think they get much in the way of snow. He doesn't like the sun. Moderate snow ice. I hope you're looking at UK. Yeah. I'm going to get you calling a case of beer a 2-4. 2-4. What? These are 12 packs. If 2-4 means 24, these are 12 packs in Spain. There's only one. I think Carrefour does 24 packs. A case of 24, but that's too far away from me. What's your favourite Lee Marvin film? Asks Zami. You see, now you're going to start me off again how I can't remember the difference between Lee Marvin and the other one. I can't remember Lee Marvin and who's the other one? Looks just like him. We had this the other week, and I don't even remember. And so now, then I don't know who did what. Actor Lee Marvin look-alike. Look-alike. James Coburn. For some reason, Benedict Cumberbatch keeps coming up when I ask this question. That'll be the cheekbones, won't it? I don't remember which film is who did which films, so that's a difficult one for me to answer. I'll admit, I liked Paint Your Wagon. I don't remember which of them that is. I like those kind of gay musicals. I've got a little bit of gay in me, maybe. Who was in like Flynn? Who was Dirty Dozen? I can't answer the question because I don't know which actor did which film. Farmer. I did bend something over and tie it together, but not in a kinky way. In an outdoor woodsman, ruggedy kind of way. Some tree branches or tree trunks. I'm not sure what they were really. Of course, you can't hammer into the ground because you want the thin flexible bit at the top, but you can't hammer the thin flexible bit to force the thick rubbish bit into the ground. Hence you hammer a stake into the ground first, and then you tie with your wraps and fraps, as we outdoor woodsmen call these things. Your wraps and fraps, and you tie the bottom of the branch, the thick end of the branch, to the stake that's already in the ground. Was he born under a wandering star? Yeah. I do like that. I even like the singing. Even Clint Eastwood singing. Hey Jack Attack. Hey, Jack Attack is here. He's a hard act to follow. I'm trying to out my cheap dad jokes. Yeah. Trying to put out, I guess. Yeah, put out my cheap. Lee Marvin, paint your wagon. Yeah, that deep gravelly voice. But then again, I liked Howard Keel and all those, you know, all these musicals and whatever as well. Was it Kiss Me Kate? Taming of the Shrew, basically, wasn't it? Kiss Me Kate. Was he in Seven Brides for Seven Brothers as well? Maybe. Can't remember. Think so. Before he did all the Triffids stuff. It's a bit breezy. It's getting a bit breezy, folks. Let me, to answer Zami's question properly, let me bring up a filmography for Lee Marvin. Oh, gotta clear the search first. If I've got a list of films in front of me, I can pick what are good ones. It's cheating a bit, I know. Here we go. Dirty Dozen. Cat Ballou, yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed Cat Ballou. I got a mobile disco right on top of me. I assume it's a mobile disco because the nearest house is a way away. Point Blank. Don't think I remember that one. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, is it? Was he in that? The Delta Force with Matey Boy. Chuck Norris. I haven't heard of a lot of these. Donovan's Reef with John Wayne. The Killers, I don't remember. I've probably watched all of these at some point, like on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon when you're a kid and the films come on. BBC Two typically, would it have been? Yeah, because Grandstand and World of Sport would have been, so BBC One and ITV were all sport. Saturday night, yeah, and Sunday. What have we got? Let me find one that I remember. Bad Day at Black Rock, yeah. Dirty Dozen, The Next Mission. I assume Dirty Dozen as well in the first place. I don't know. The Kane Mutiny. I think we had this discussion the other week, didn't we? Mutiny on the Bounty type stuff. You know, I could take a list like this and go download them all and watch them all. They're probably all really good. I just don't... I just don't remember. I can't link the names of the films with the actual... the details of what happened. Don't have a great memory for stuff like that. It's like when you watch a sketch show, a comedy show, and you'd go to work the next day and the other guys would be repeating all the jokes and they make sense. I remember hearing, but I can't be the one that spontaneously recalls jokes and sketches and catchphrases and shit. He wasn't in Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, no? Okay. I'm just misremembering my different musicals and my different gay musicals. Robert says Enter the Dragon. Lee Marvin? Not sure. Are You Being Served? British comedy, some of them I remember. Yeah, Are You Being Served? Fantastic. Mrs. Slocum and Her Pussy. John Inman, who alleged in later life that he wasn't gay. Not sure I believed him on that one. Not sure I can believe that John Inman was not gay. I would have said bent as a 9-bob note, but some mothers do. Oh, here we go now. We're off on the nostalgia kick again, aren't we? Some mothers do have them. Whoops, Betty, I've done a whoopsie. The battery pack on these lights is hooked onto a really small hook on the bottom of the coat hanger. I think it's for hanging skirts or something off. But every now and again it just drop off. And if it's really windy, like it could easily just smack me in the face. Oh, look at all the lights are at this end. Hold on, what's going on here? That's not right. They're supposed to be hooked here themselves. Try and equalise the weight a little bit. Okay, that's better. A little bit better. A little bit better. Where are we now? We're off on the... Still, it's going to be this windy until midnight tomorrow. Saturday night. Saturday midnight. Is Gary still here? What's going on, Robert? Your keyboard going daft? I've got 3 messages retracted from you in quick succession. Faulty towers, yeah. Is it the keyboard or is the problem between chair and keyboard? Flowery twats, as we one of the episodes is literally labelled flowery twats at the beginning. The sign up when they do almost anagrams of the faulty towers on the signage outside. How they got away with flowery twats, I've no idea. But those days there was a lot of censorship, really. Mary Whitehouse was big in campaigning against filth. Kenny Everett, that I just finished watching a month ago at Kenny Everett video show. He was deliberately riling Mary Whitehouse. When he's got the man in the bowler hat and the suit, and he turns around and it's all stockings and suspenders. Yeah. Long live VHS. Oof, God. I downloaded. Doesn't everybody download everything now? I keep seeing people talking about owning media, owning your own hard copy. I'm a big believer in just downloading a copy and storing it. And the arguments that, oh, if they edit things now and they put all these warnings and things, you don't have that if you've got your own copy. But if you've downloaded it all, Pluto TV app, all the oldies. Pluto. I think I downloaded that once. I don't think I got on well with it. What can you say? I don't know what you can say. I think I'll just say torrent. That's all you need to know. Torrents and magnet searches and magnet links. What do I use? Flood for the actual downloading, but I can never remember the name of the search app. Sometimes you will search for something and it doesn't exist. It's not out there. I think it is just called magnet search. And the icon is a big horseshoe magnet. Flood with a U rather than double O. Scrolling back, okay. Matchmakers, hello, hello. What do you expect to see from a Torquay window? A herd of majestic wildebeest. Yeah. Was it Joan Sanderson? Complaining about the view? Yeah. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. Yeah. It sounds like we're off on a nostalgia TV kick again. It seems to be a regular fallback when the conversation dries up. So old comedies, what do I remember? Not many. Anything with Pat Coombs in it was always funny. I can't remember the name of the one in the nursing home. And I don't remember the name of the other lady who was like the main star of the show. I got Rosemary something in mind, but I'm not sure. Hold on, I gotta look now. When I half remember something. How are we spelling Coombs in Pat Coombs? Double O-M-B? Single O? Pat Coombs. Double O, okay. Movies and TV shows. You're Only Young Twice. Is that the nursing home one? And there's a picture of the lady I was thinking of. What's her name? Paradise Lodge was the... I don't know if it's a hotel or an old folks home. And there's the name and I can't read it. You're going to cast. Peggy Mount. Okay, I had it entirely wrong. Peggy Mount. And Pat Coombs. How many episodes were there? No. Tell me there weren't only 7 episodes. No. Multiple seasons. 7, 8. Season 3 had... Where's it giving me an overview? I clicked a specific link. What are you doing? That's a different format to every other. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, 1979. Oh God, what is that? Back to 7 episodes. So 787. 3 seasons and a... Oh no, there's a Season 4, Series 4. I'm British, we call them series. 7 again. So 7877. 29, yeah? 29 episodes. I like that. What are you guys saying? Is anyone talking? Robert used to live in Torquay. I went there on a school trip. I think we had the week there, I think. I don't remember whether it's 5 days or 7 days, when I was about 10. Whoa! Now, the most tricky part of the evening, folks. I have an empty can. I have a tripod made of 3 full cans. I need to take one of the full cans, empty. Make sure it's not hanging off the back too much. And put the light back on, much to Farmer's chagrin. Make sure that the cable isn't getting pulled by anything. I think we achieved success, folks. We're coming up on 2 hours. I'm about to open, I'll call it my second can of beer. I did have a little bit of the first one left when we started. A little bit of a other can. I opened one a little while into the program show. I never know what to call this. Cheers, folks. I'll do a top of the hour cheers if I remember in a few minutes. Remind me. On the buses was always funny. Reg Varney, yeah. I can't remember the other guy's name, and I can't remember the bus. What was the bus? Not the conductor. The inspector. The bus inspector that was always chasing them around. And then you had Olive, yeah. Oh, did she die last year or the year before? Quite horribly. Smoking in bed, I think it was, yeah. She'd been in EastEnders for a while, I gather. Not something that I've watched in the last 10 or 15 years, but smoking in bed, burning alive. Yeah. Leonard Rossiter was amazing. He was. So he did Rising Damp. Wasn't he also, as well as the adverts, was it Cinzano? Or was it just generic martini? I think it was Cinzano, him and John Collins. But then, was it Tripper's Day? It was Tripper's Day. The supermarket manager one. And when he died, when Leonard Rossiter died, I think Bruce Forsyth took over. Wasn't he also, hold on, wasn't he Reggie Perrin as well? Am I remembering that right? The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin. I think so. I'll have to just quickly check. I'm fairly sure. Martin Clunes did a reboot of it not long ago. When I say not long, I mean 15 years. Let me... Reggie Perrin sitcom. You see, I typed that in and Martin Clunes comes up. There's a fucking machine gun going off in the background. Could be fireworks, but it was done in short bursts. Very rapid fire. I would have said that was a machine gun. Did you hear it? It was in like burst mode. Sets of 3, little gap. Set of 3, little gap. Are fireworks ever that controlled? I don't think so. Reggie Perrin original. No. That's Martin Clip. Get the fuck. Does the word original not mean anything to you? $1970. It was Leonard Rossiter. I thought it was. I thought I wasn't going daft. Sue Nichols, Jeffrey Palmer. We're going again. Maybe burst of 4, it's difficult to tell with the wind. That's a bit weird. I heard lots of fireworks while I've been here, but I've never heard them in bursts like that. To me that sounded like automatic gunfire in burst mode. Don't know, not an expert. Where are we, folks? What have I missed? Leonard Rossiter was amazing, he was. Steptoe and Son was a classic. In America they have Sanford and Son, which is a remake. Tommy Tombstone says Skull. Oh, did I just miss the top of the hour again? I did. Top of the hour, cheers. Skull, Kippis, cheers, salud. Tent holding up, just about for now. Tent's holding up better than the solar panel. Fuck. That's pissed me right off. My solar panel fell over, Tom, and landed on 3 rocks, and each one created its own fucking spider web break in the glass. So very soon my solar panel will be kaput. Still working, as far as I can tell, still working for now. Probably got a slightly reduced output. This happened in the last during the last hour of sunshine, maybe the last half hour of usable sun. I had shadows forming on the bottom of the panel, which caused me to slide it over, move it over a little bit. It had the wind blowing right at it face on, but somehow it managed to fall forwards into the wind, which is a nice trick. And I'm in a very rocky field, as we've discussed many a time. Chevy Chase. I don't know that many things he's been in. I liked Fletch. That was a good film. Were there 2 of them? There might have been 2. I think he did An Invisible Man as well. National Lampoon's, whatever it was, Christmas Vacation. I don't know how many of them he was in. I did watch that, I think it's called Community. I really enjoyed that TV series. But he seemed to have a diminished, as the series went on, his role in it seemed to get smaller and smaller. So that's the one where they went to college and he was the mature student. Yeah, I don't know what else, I can't think what else he did. That's how Steve Marriott died, smoking in bed. Steve Marriott. No tengo ni idea. But I will find out. English musician and guitarist. Have I got the right one? Born 47, died 91. So what's that, 44? Cause of death, fire. Yeah, okay. Small Faces, Humble Pie, The Moments. Small Faces, wasn't that Rod Stewart initially? Have I got the right one? I might not have. What was Rod Stewart's first band then? Oh, now I've confused myself. Rod Stewart, first band. No, the dimensions, that's not what I'm looking at. Well, that's not what I thought I was looking for. Oh, I don't know. I read the bugger's autobiography. How can I not remember the name of bands? I've never heard of the Dimensions. I've obviously confused myself somewhere along the lines. I don't know. It's been sirens and debris smashing all day. Yeah, well, if you're still in Valencia, you've got 90km/h winds tomorrow. 90. It's going to smash around a whole lot more. Zami heard that. You think I thought gunfire. To me, it definitely sounded like burst mode of a an automatic. I don't know how many automatic weapons have burst mode rather than just semi-auto and full auto. Farmer says cheers, salute, chin chin. Tom says oh no. Oh, that was the solar panel. Yeah, it's working on a reduced uptake, hope for sunnier weather. It is, as far as I can tell, the forecast is for pure sun all day. It's just that the weather forecast prefers to just tell me about the wind. So the glyph or pictograph, whatever word you prefer. For each hour is the horizontal, the wind kind of symbol. Mike, I heard some cans falling before. Did the lamp jump out again? It's from the Evil Multiverse. I didn't hear any cans, not here. That must be at your end. No cans jumping about. Something fell or moved earlier, didn't it? But I don't know what that was. This bloody... I might, folks, I might see whether... If I turn this off, does it make that big a difference to you? I may take it down. I may take it down. It feels like it's going to smack me in the face sooner or later. I'd rather just... Look at the technical wizardry. Oh, I'm hooked on the soap dispenser. I'll take it down if you don't mind. Just so that I know I'm not going to get clobbered in the face. Oh, Tina. She's in the middle of the bed at the bottom, like right where my feet want to be. I guess I can use her as a foot warmer. Keep my feet nice and toasty. Okay, folks. I'm just scrolling back to see if I've missed anything. I'm making sure that I am on live chat. You should all make sure as well. Make sure you're on live chat rather than top chat. Rising Damp I just saw mentioned. Yeah, we had Leonard Rossiter, didn't we? What about the rest of them? Richard Beckinsale. I thought he was good. Died very young though, yeah? 30s maybe. And the other guy, what's the other guy called? The, oh God, what do you say nowadays? What's the politically correct way? The black guy. Played Philip, what do you call Philip? What was I looking? I was looking for something specific. Oh, age that Richard Beckinsale died. "31. Bloody hell. That's no age at all, folks. What did he die of? That's going to be hard, obviously, but... Why? So he was filming a TV series called Bloomers, suffered a blackout during the recording of the first episode, blackout and some dizzy spells, concerned him enough to make an appointment with the doctor, but the doctor couldn't find anything wrong, apart from an overactive stomach lining, slightly high cholesterol. As the TV series progressed, he was looking greyer and greyer. He had a medical exam as part of the TV thing. Heart, lungs, breathing and blood pressure were checked. And then died. Jesus. I don't know. 31, absolutely no age at all. Jesus. Sad, very sad. That's called Protect the Bed Borders. The Isle of Tina against the Fjord of Mike. If you say so, mate. Okay. I've discussed already, we had a quick run through of the events of the week from Monday to Wednesday. Let's just pick up with the rest of the week. It's mainly the same stuff. Oh, I'm at the... Why is it opened right at the end of at the wrong end of the file? That's today. Thursday, so we finished Wednesday, didn't we? Despite all the ups and downs with the panels not working and then me making them kind of fixed, I considered Wednesday a success. Then we had really bad storms like this. I was awake all Wednesday night into Thursday, all night. I wasn't sure the tent was going to survive the wind. And yeah, this is where we are with the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with strong winds getting worse each day. The solar panel blew over twice in the night. Wednesday night into Thursday morning. But didn't break, unlike today. I had the EcoFlow turned off. I connected the solar, I plugged in the cable as the sun was coming up, and just daylight is enough for it to trigger the panel to the EcoFlow to come on. So I knew it was going to be, we were going to have power without any messing about. It was due to be a really sunny day, and I was expecting a bumper harvest of solar. Whoa, have a look. To prevent the panel getting blown over, so I normally have it stood in like kind of a portrait mode. Stood, you know what I mean by portrait mode. I figured after there's a shadow from a couple of power poles. After that had moved around, I figured I would lay the panel down in a more of a landscape shape, so less of a profile to the wind, which is coming from behind the panel. So we did all that. Yeah, I hadn't run the freezer in maybe 2 days, and was hoping to run it on the Thursday. And as soon as we got the sun on the panels, we were away. Mid-afternoon, we'd had the freezer on. Mid-afternoon, I had to move the panel around to face the sun. It was all good. It was getting power still even after being moved, and then it just suddenly stopped again. Bloody thing. I couldn't be bothered. I couldn't face tinkering about and messing with things that I know nothing about. Not technical. So I just turned the EcoFlow off, tried to preserve power, turned the freezer off obviously, and moved the panel back to its normal mount, to its normal start position, ready for the next day. It was too late to get any charge, but once I'd moved it back to its start position, it was detecting daylight and did turn the EcoFlow back on. So I was confident. This is Thursday end of play. I was confident on Friday I would have power. So into Friday today, after walking Tina, I turned the EcoFlow off, plugged the wire in, expecting it to turn on. No, of course not. That would have been too fucking easy, wouldn't it? But it wasn't a big deal. I went out, I pushed the wire up, it kind of clicked in like a fraction of a millimetre. And when I came in, the EcoFlow had turned on. So I knew as soon as we got sun, we were going to get power. And it's supposed to be sunny all day. That didn't happen. Sunny all day. There was 1 hour that was going to be all cloud, according to the weather forecast. But that didn't stick. Yeah. Quickly climbed up. We got the eco flow up from I think it started the day on just shy of 52% charged. Got it up to 60. Roger, who posted right at the beginning, had a quick chat with him, and he was telling me about how I needed to open the junction box and secure that wire by whatever mechanism's in there, which I will do, I was going to do in a day or two after all this wind stopped. Yeah. Sky clouded over as the weather forecast said it would. It just didn't uncloud again properly. Kept having little bits of sun, 10-15 minutes at a time, and then I had to move the panel around. That was okay, but then we got shadow there. I had to daisy chain the devices, so from the fridge to the EcoFlow to the panel, and that's when I rested it against this bloody bush, and that's when it broke, when it fell forwards onto some stones. I'd even noted a little bit earlier currently blowing a gale, and it was sporadically on and off. You'd get these little lulls like we had at the start of this, where there was no wind for what, 15-20 minutes at the beginning, and then it started. And here we go, and that's my panel. Yeah, look. Big fucking note. 17:15, 5:15. Fucking disaster. Solar panel just fell forwards despite the wind direction pushing it backwards. Landed with a crunch and immediately knew it was bad. There are a number of cobweb style impacts and fractures where it landed on rocks. The whole panel is covered in fractures. Appears to be still working, but it's just making these crackling noises. You can hear the glass moving, crunching on the edges. Yeah. Gutted. I was absolutely fucking gutted. Man, it's been a fucking roller coaster of a week. EcoFlow problem, solar panel connectivity issues, fixed both of the above, then they've gone again, fixed again, and now I've smashed the shit out of the panel. And then a few minutes later we get the red alert message from the Spanish government civil defence about the winds tonight and tomorrow. Danger to life and property. Especially more up where Tom is, the 90-kilometre ones. Jesus. Pharma is expounding everyone to pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam, slap the like button, and consider subscribing. I am so close to 1,800 subscribers. We could do with getting a few more in here right now. What's with 8 people here? What's that about? And 12 thumbs up. Thank you for the thumbs up, folk, and thank you, Pharma, for cajoling everybody in that direction. Okay, folks. Are we carrying on, or are we going to draw a line under it? Okay. That actually wasn't as bad as it sounded. It's bad over there, but it didn't push too much here. I'm wondering what I've done with these missing cables. And with my missing wire strippers. That's weird. That is weird. Because as far as I knew, they were still here. Expounding, I think I said, but okay, pounding will do. You pound away, my friend. Each to their own. What you do in the privacy of your own home. Just don't leave the door open and have the DoorDash girl come around. That's obviously what the guy was going to do, yeah? Sat on his sofa, pants and everything around his ankles. He was getting ready for a bit of adult fun time. A bit of man time. Nodded off, fell asleep, and the bugger comes and opens the door and claims that he's sexually assaulting her. What's happening with that? Where's that at? I thought the trial had started. Don't leave the large front windows open, yeah. And if you are doing DoorDash, if you are having someone come round, tell them to just leave it outside. Do not open the door. It's debatable whether he'd opened the door and left it ajar, or whether she opened it and... So did he leave it ajar and she's pushed it in his drunkenness, you know, as he just left it not closed? Or has she actually opened it? There's a Ring camera, and you see her hand go to the door, but you don't know if she's pushing or if she's opening. So that'll be the central thing for the evidence. Because she then filmed him and released it to the world, and then screamed on camera that she'd been sexually abused. Sexually assaulted by a man that was asleep in his own home. Got to be quite embarrassing for the bloke though, yeah? Pants around his ankles while he's on the sofa, while he's on the settee, and she records it and releases it to the world. Don't know. Strange. I mean, she was explicitly given instructions. Leave it outside. So whether the door was like slightly ajar or not, she shouldn't have touched the door. She should have just left it outside. I don't know. Oh, getting tired, folks. Okay, I think we're probably going to call it quits. We're coming up for 2.5 hours. We're not going to make it to 4 hours. I've run out of conversation. I will give it... I can't get the... Okay, 12:27. It looks like I was a minute late starting. We'll give it another 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll draw a line under it. He was going to crack one off on the settee. Fell asleep drunk. We've all done it. Fallen asleep. Don't go yet, says Oscar. Well, we need more conversation, mate. What are we going to talk about if I'm not going? I'm open to staying. I don't have to go. I'm a little bit tired, but that's because I haven't been sleeping well with all this wind and potential damage to the tent for the last three nights. We just went through the week, was it Wednesday night, Thursday night, now Friday? I think it was, I'm not sure. Jack attack distract Mike with a good tall tale. Does he do tall tales or just short dad jokes? What else has happened in the world this week? Give me a jumping off point for me to go tangent to tangent to tangent. What happened in the world this week? I don't want to, not politics too much, but let's ask Google what happened this week. I don't think I've really followed news or anything. Oh, I was expecting some AI fucking help. It's just pointing me to BBC News. What are the top 10 news headlines of today? That's not really... Let's just ask top headlines this week and see if it can. No AI help with that one. The whole Epstein thing's kicking off, isn't it? People losing their jobs, anyone who was connected with him in any way. The whole Prince Andrew thing, or whatever you... I'm still going to call him Prince Andrew. He is the son of a monarch. There's only one word for it. That's what a prince is. It's not something that can just be taken away. I think it's the most ridiculous thing ever. I'm not siding with him or protecting him or anything, but just the idea that the children of a queen are not princes is just ridiculous. The kids have been barred from Sandringham, Eugenie and Beatrice. I can't remember which way around they're in age, but yeah. And it's because it's not just that, like, oh, it's their father. They've been involved in channeling money around, like, they got themselves involved. There's going to be legal implications about some of that. Whether it's a tax dodge or just to avoid scrutiny from the media. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing the number of people that carried on being involved with him even after he got convicted. I mean, that's the biggie. Let's give everyone the benefit of the doubt and say that they weren't at the parties, they weren't on the island, they didn't know anything about it, but he was this influential contact. And then he gets convicted in 2008? I've got it in my head, I'm not sure why. And everyone carries on being in contact with him. Well, Prince Andrew saying that he doesn't swear. Well, he was a fighter pilot in the, well, helicopter, but yeah, in Falklands War. But that whole, I got like an adrenaline overload, and so now I don't get flustered, I don't sweat. He thought that was a good interview. That's the amazing thing, the BBC one. He came away thinking that it had been a fantastic interview. Weird. Oscar is in the middle of jewellery repair. I'll be with you when I have soldered this tedious jump ring on. I've no idea what a jump ring is, but okay. Kids back from St Andrew and out on his ear. And Fergie. Yeah, they're going to be persona non grata now for the rest of their lives. I think Andrew will end up self-deleting, I think is what we're allowed to say on YouTube. I think he'll end up dead. Now, does that happen before he goes to prison or after? And is the body that they find in the cells, is it a clone? Or just a body double? Let's not have that whole conversation again. We sound like conspiracy nutters. But yeah, no, that's the whole Epstein thing. I mean, the Bill and Melinda Gates thing. He gets himself a dose, passes it on to her, and then asks for meds that he can sneak to his wife to clear it up. Don't know. That's not great, is it? But there might be a big difference between Russian hookers and Russian underage hookers or underage trafficked girls. So I don't know, that's... Why have I ended up on Al Jazeera? This whole Iran thing, Trump's stacking all the aircraft carrier groups and what have you into the Middle East. It's got to be Iran, hasn't it? Yeah. What do we think's going on there, the whole Iran thing? Trump was full on for how he was going to help, and help was on the way. And then the protests get squashed or quashed, and tens of thousands potentially have been shot and killed. And now, weeks later, he's saying we're going to send aircraft carriers soon. More aircraft carriers. There's already one over there. Don't know. Don't know, folks. What else is happening in the world this week? I haven't got a clue. Oh, there's the Winter Olympics, yeah? So, is Italy not a strange choice? Don't know. I have no knowledge of Winter Olympic type events in Italy. I guess they must have the odd mountain, so it's not impossible. But isn't most of it going to end up being artificial and indoors? Yeah, we need videos, Oscar. We need videos of this jewellery repair. Is this something that you're good at, or just something that you're trying to kludge together because something broke? Tell us more. And what's a jump ring? I gotta look. Is this part of the fastening clasp kind of thing on something? I'm gonna ask Google because I'm incapable of thinking for myself. What's a jump ring in jewellery? Very small, versatile metal ring used in jewellery making to connect components, such as attaching clasps to chains, linking charms to bracelets, or connecting earring components. Usually made from wire, they come in open, split, or closed, brackets soldered forms. Open jump rings are typically opened and closed with pliers by twisting the ends to create secure flush connections. Okay. Primarily used for connecting, extending lengths of jewellery or holding dangles and charms. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. Used extensively in creating chainmail, where rings are interlocked to form complex patterns. This is it, isn't it, Oscar? You're a military reenactor. You're reenacting the Battle of Hastings or something, and you're doing chainmail. Wind. Well, I missed my 2.5 hour closing timeline. Oh, okay, the Alps, northern Italy. Okay, yeah. Hannibal and all that. Was it? Did he get to the Alps with his elephants? This wall is close to hitting this lamp. It's not the lamp attacking me, it's the tent wall. Have I got any leeway to move it a little bit further this way? Can it move in another inch? Not really. No. Maybe if I rearrange the cans a little bit, hold on. I'd have to put that one to the back there. This would have to come to the front there. And that one from the back comes in a bit more. And then we've gained maybe half an inch leeway. Although the wire is pulling. The wire is. Don't you fucking dare. Nice. I've had to move the lamp back over that way to counteract the cord pulling on it. So I probably didn't gain anything. The cans have moved over, but the lamp is probably back where it was, folks. I'm going to have to go and take a quick leak. And then I've got to navigate. I don't know how I'm going to get past Tina because she's in the middle of the fucking bed. But if you can give me 2 minutes, folks, I will be back. Try not to all ditch out and leave me now that I've carried on after the 2.5 hours when I said I was going to stop. Let's try and make it to 3 hours at least, eh? Oh, God. I garroted the balls as well. Give us a second. I'm going to put you on mute just in case. 2 minutes. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm back. I'm back, mate. I'll listen to you while I work, but finished now, just having some wine. Wine is a good option. I have that option myself, but my glass is a little bit too... I can't stand this glass up where that would be. And I think I'm down... Hold on. I gotta be careful. I've only got half a cardboard box. Half a brick. Only half a litre of wine. Super comes back, yeah, Oscar comes back just as I leave, okay. And Mike comes back, grab, yeah. We did it, yeah, we did the jump, yeah. The ring which connects the clasp and chain ends together, working on a curb chain and 2 rings this evening. Curb chain. You're sending me off on investigations again. I've no idea what a curb chain is. But I will find out, because it's good to know things. Curb chain. What is a curb chain in jewellery? A durable, stylish necklace or bracelet composed of flat, interlocking oval links that are twisted to lie completely flush against the skin. I think I know the kind of thing. Characterised by its sleek, uniform and often polished appearance. The classic type is highly versatile, popular in both. And then there's some computer nerdish rubbish trying to give links. Or gender neutral fashion statements. Is there a picture? Okay. I got you. I don't do jewellery, can you tell? Hello, hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello, hello, hello. Yeah, jeweller's talk, I know, mate. Figaro and rope chains all differ. If you say so. I got no idea what any of that means. But that's okay. I don't need to. So is this a hobby? Is this a side hustle? Is this becoming a main income stream? Or are you just repairing your own stuff for because it needs it? Sounds like you know a lot about it, so I'm guessing it's a side hustle. Maybe with potential to become a main hustle. I'm a jeweller as well. Okay. I'm just trying to remember your main, the carpenter, woodwork. Is your other one, yeah? I think. I'm trying to remember. You did miss Thursday, Friday. I did cover them, yeah. Cabinet maker. Oh, it's a high end. That's the top end of joinery carpentry. Cabinet maker. My wife's grandfather used to work for Waring and Gillows in Lancaster back in the day. That's how he lost a finger. That's yeah. Yeah, Jack, you must have stepped away for a couple of minutes. I didn't dwell on them long. There wasn't a lot to say. It was mainly messing with solar panels and the wind and well, Friday I already covered because smashing my solar panel was that was the highlight of the day, wasn't it? It was certainly the fucking headline of the day. smashing my fucking solar panel. Not in a position to replace that just yet. Not. No. That might need some saving up. Okay folks, we're going to draw a line under it in 10 minutes I think. Thumbs ups are always appreciated if there's anybody there that hasn't. I need to swap this for a full one. There are 2 full ones left. In case we went long, but it doesn't look like we're going to. There's the next beer. I remembered not to crush the can. But these are a little bit precarious. Give a second. Yeah, that clicked in, so wasn't in properly before. Must have went out of earshot. Yeah, maybe, or maybe the wind was just blowing so loud that I wasn't audible over the background noise. Or maybe it was the automatic gunfire in the background. I'd be intrigued to know. If that was a firework kind of display, I've never heard one kind of pulse like that. In batches of 4 with half a second or a second in between. I've never heard that before. And who's setting off fireworks today anyway, in this weather? That would be a strange choice. Valentine's Day, I guess, has begun, yeah? Could it have been that? The Spanish do like the fireworks. Don't know. Would be interesting to inlay jewellery in a wood furniture piece, super. Not unless you have money to burn. Price of gold has risen, increased tenfold in as many years and still climbing. It's because people are expecting a major shitstorm, aren't they? People invest in gold when there's uncertainty in the world. Ten years ago there was great uncertainty in the world. What we got? We got the Trump election, the first one, Trump round 1. We had, what did we have here? Here in Spain, 3 general elections in a year. We had the Brexit negotiations, the Brexit vote, and subsequently the negotiations. Was it Article 50 pushing the button to trigger leaving? And then you've got all the usual wars and things that happen all the time in the background. So I guess the last 10 years have been a bit of a rocky road. 2016 as well. That was the year when everybody died. If you look back at all of the famous people that died in 2016, it was ridiculous. It's the wind, happens to me. I hear whistling like it goes through from one ear to the other. Yeah. It will collapse like it did in the 20s. Hold on, it will collapse. The economy and things, or gold. Gold usually survives like market instability and stuff. People move money into gold and silver when it's... Idiots are using gold in electronics for conductors, but silver is better. You think gold's going to crash in price? I don't know. If we get a sudden outbreak of world peace and stability, then not when they're starving. Yeah, this is... I have this argument with preppers all the time. When they're buying these little, they're not coins, what do you call them? Ingots, gold ingots. And silver, a lot of them are in, and it's like, yeah, but if the collapse happens, you're going to go to the shop with 100 quid's worth of gold. Or whatever, I don't know what the price of an ingot is. But how are you going to persuade them that it's worth anything? If they can't test it, if they haven't got an assay kit. Assay? That's what it's called, isn't it? Isn't there some kind of magic stone that you can rub on the gold and it indicates whether it's pure or not? Touchstone? Touchstone. Is that what touchstone is? Hold on. Now I've got the word touchstone in my head. I need to confirm. I've got no idea where I'm dragging that up from. Touchstone. I'm gonna go with touchstone. It's the only touchstone. Dark siliceous, as in silicon, I don't know, stone like black quartz or slate, used to test the purity of gold or silver by analysing the streak left when the metal is rubbed against it. Historically used by jewellers, it has become a metaphor for a standard benchmark. Yeah, there you go. I don't know where I remembered that from, but I remembered it. Yeah, unless the shopkeeper's got a touchstone and knows how to do it. Acid testing, yeah, that's also the where the term acid test comes from. But it's a little bit destructive, yeah. Captain Nemo used it for ballast. I mean, it's heavy. I guess it's got density, hasn't it? And it can be extracted from salt water, yeah? I don't know how expensive a process that is or whether it's worth it. But a lot of the heavy metals or rare earth metals can be extracted from seawater. Like I said, I have no idea about the viability or the economics of it, but if you were doing some other process and you ended up with these things as a kind of a byproduct, that'd be quite handy. I don't know how you'd scale it up, but yeah. Acid test the fragments of gold on stones. If it fizzes, it isn't gold. Except if you use... What was the guy who won the Nobel Prize and had to smuggle it out of Germany? There's a name for the... So they mixed sulfuric and hydrochloric acid and it has a name. And that will dissolve gold. But it can be reconstructed, it can be re-extracted, so that's what they did. They melted his Nobel Prize medal and then brought the liquids, the solute, yeah, is it? Hold on. No, the solution. You have a solvent and a solute and that creates a solution once it's dissolved. They brought the solution out, disguised as something else, and then reconstituted the gold. Where have I put my tablet? Here. What was I going to look up? The name of that when you mix those two acids together. I need to know. I can't give myself a question and not get the answer. Acids that dissolve gold. It's got like a fancy name. Nitric and hydrochloric, I apologise, I got the wrong... give me the name. Hold on. Other agents include hot concentrate sulfuric acid with nitric. Maybe that's what I was remembering. Aqua Regia, that was the one. I told it had a fancy name. Nitric and hydrochloric. Aqua Regia. Royal water. So there are a couple of others. Sulfuric and nitric. Selenic. What? Solutions that liberate chlorine and potassium chlorate and bleaching powder. Can dissolve gold. If you say so. Gold is highly inert and resistant to single acids. Aqua Regia. I knew there was a fancy name, I couldn't remember it. And I couldn't remember which combination of acids it was, but there is that story of the guy who won the... who was it? Let's look who... Let's get that. That's the next part. That's the next part. Scientists leaving Nazi Germany... Scientist Nobel laureate. How are we spelling laureate? I'll give it a guess. I missed an A out of it. No, I didn't. I got it right. Scientist Nobel laureate dissolved medal. I know what I mean. Okay, the physicists. Okay, two physicists. Max von Laue and James Franck. And the guy who did it... George de Hevesy. So a Nobel laureate dissolved the Nobel Prize medals of two other physicists at the Niels Bohr Institute in Copenhagen to prevent the Nazis seizing the medals during the occupation of Denmark. I had some of the details wrong then. They weren't fleeing Germany. It was Denmark. With Aqua Regia. So I had some elements right. I'm always there or thereabouts, just often not quite spot on because, you know, there's just too much going on in here. Touchstone, the movie makers. Don't think so. Palladium is more expensive. Palladium. They've been able to turn lead into gold for a while, haven't they? Hold on. No, you can turn platinum into gold. But there's no point because you're going the wrong way, aren't you? There was a thing a while back where... Is it the Large Hadron Collider? Some of the exotic particles given off interact with the wall of the containment vessel, and it's either the Large Hadron Collider or one of the tokamak fusion reactor attempts, something like that, and there's a small proportion of the wall turns to gold, but it's too small a proportion to be economically viable or meaningful. Oh, I'm knocking the farmer was there, hydrochloric and nitric. Yeah, I did get that wrong. Although sulfuric and nitric will work as well, apparently. Gold is never corroded, but it will dissolve. Aqua Regia. Yeah, okay, I'm behind. How far behind am I? That says 1 o'clock, it's currently 1:04. I'm only 4 minutes behind. Linus Pauling won 2 Nobel Prizes for his work on vitamin C. Wasn't that later debunked? Pauling's the one who recommended superdosing on vitamin C. Did he? Hold on. I thought he won a Nobel Prize and then his vitamin C stuff was quackery. I don't think he got the prizes for vitamin C. I think that was debunked as quackery. Superdosing, it was a take a mega dose every day kind of thing. I think vitamin C is one of the ones that just gets excreted if you take too much. You have to be careful with some vitamins. If you take too much, they cause damage. Liver and kidneys, I think. But I think vitamin C just gets excreted, so there's no danger from overdoing it. It just doesn't work. Jack Attack, were you there before me or what? I've already covered it, but yeah. George de Hevesy did it, yeah. When there's a sell-off of gold, it will free fall, because everyone, once it's going down, people lose confidence and all start jumping in. Sell, sell, sell! People who stockpile it will not be able to find anyone to buy it for the price they paid. No, this is true. It happens with any bubble, doesn't it? You look back at the tulip bulbs, was it? Tulips rather than daffodils. Whenever that was. When was it? You know what I got to do now, don't you? I got to take a swig of beer, say cheers, and I've missed the top of the hour when I was going to end it. We might have to carry on, folks. Even though there's nobody here, hardly. There's only 6 of you here according to my little counter. Would we be better off doing this on Zoom instead of YouTube one time? I gotta go now. When was the tulip bubble? No. Tulip bulb bubble. I'm sure there's a better word for it, but 1637. Let's get a summary. Tulip mania, that sounds like a better term. The first recorded speculative bubble were Dutch fascination with rare broken coloured tulips. Broken coloured. There's a word for that if it's what I think you mean. I'm not going to get it, am I? Where a flower has 2 or 3 striped colours. Nope. Never heard broken coloured as a thing before, but I think I know what they mean. Rare broken coloured tulips drove bulb contract prices to over 6 times an average annual salary. Prices collapsed in February 1637 when buyers failed to appear, leaving speculators holding worthless contracts, creating a lasting cautionary tale. Introduced from Turkey, tulips became a status symbol, the most desirable broken bulb. I almost had the word there, I had it, and my brain didn't catch it. Variegated? I want to say variegated. What do you think? Variegated rather than broken coloured or whatever they're saying here. What do? I can't get like a separate tab and check again. I'd have to ditch what I'm reading. Let me finish this and then we'll check on the word variegated. Variegated, variegated. Not sure. We shall find out. So, introduced from Turkey, tulips became a status symbol. Desired broken bulbs featuring unique striped patterns caused by a mosaic virus. Mosaic virus. You're just calling it a mosaic virus because it caused the stripes, aren't you? Slow to propagate, creating low supply, high demand. Then the speculators trading shifted from physical bulbs to futures contracts, buying the right to future bulbs. Okay. Rare bulbs cost as much as a luxury Amsterdam canal-side mansion. A bulb or a box full. There was an auction, failed to attract buyers, triggered a panic and then collapse. This term broken coloured, that can't be right. I've never heard that phrase in my life. Broken coloured equal variegated. I'm going to go variegated because that feels more right. Variegated. Yes, broken colour is a term used to describe variegation. Variegation. While variegated is a more common general term, I'm going to say that broken colour is an Americanism. I'm gonna assume it's one of their simplifications. It doesn't say it here, but that's where I'm going with it. Sorry to any Yanks who might be out there. I don't think we've got any here now, have we? We might get some on the replay though, on the on demand. So I'll just insult them now. The term fool's gold will be reversed to gold fools. Fool's gold. We used to find that on the slag heaps at the pits, the mines, iron pyrites. We used to find these rocks with yellow embedded in them. But we knew it wasn't real. Because I'd watched Little House on the Prairie, was it? Some guy spent months gathering it all in and then turned out to be worthless. I did like me some Little House on the Prairie. Told you about my gay streak, yeah? Robert says he died age 93. I'm just going to backtrack. See, is this George de Hevesy? The guy who melted the gold? Melted isn't the right word. Dissolved. Dissolved the gold. Why is that rocking? Hold on, folks. Hold on. I got to check for it. That's better. He got there before you, Mike. We are the champions. Yeah, I know. You can't beat the internet, can you? Groups will be... You'll see on playback. Yeah. Groups will beat an individual every time. When was this? Have I got this turned up too high? Give us a second. That's full. That's where we're at. That feels too bright, but that might just be the angle because of my glasses. That was when I noticed I was after the hour. Great, keep going. Jack Attacked and Fama both did cheers. Did I? I'm not sure. Great, keep going. Zoom would be good. It's such a small group of us that it seems a bit silly to be using YouTube resources. I think we were down to 6 at the low point. We're up to 9 again now. Variegated with an E describes something marked by patches, stripes or spots. You probably got there on that before me as well. Yeah, this one was the virus thing. What did they call it? Not patchwork. What do you call the Roman tessellations? The Roman bits of ceramic. It was that, wasn't it? That was the name of the virus that they said caused it. Quite a coincidence. I can't remember the word for a picture made of small bits of stone. Caused by genetic mutation or virus-induced pigment variations, these patterns often feature white, yellow or pink mixed with green. It also means having a varied, diverse nature. Thank you, Jack Attack. Don't you wish you had a fire now? Lost me, Tom. Are you in the right chat? Are you watching another video or are you meant to post something somewhere else? You ever done that one? You've got instant messenger going in one place and you're on a video here and you type into chat the stuff that was meant for the instant messenger. I've done that. All the smart and good looking people are here, Mike. I don't know, I've never seen any of you, I don't think, have I? You'll get to see my ugly mug, I don't get to see yours. Unless you've pictures in your avatar or icon, logo, whatever you want to call it. Don't laugh so hard, Jack, yeah. Andy, hello Andy. How's tent doing in the wind? Surprisingly well. I am really impressed by this tent. All the things it's been put through. Like as soon as it was put up, it got windy. Was it that night or the next? Like ridiculously windy. Was it this tent where I was sat in my chair doing a live stream and the wall of the tent was smacking me in the back of the head? And that was fully guy lined and pegged out. Now all the guy lines are broken, so the tent does move a lot more. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad. If the poles were rigid and the fabric was taking a full-on broadside from the wind, I could see that causing more damage. Allowing the whole thing to bend and buckle and twist in the wind may relieve some of the strain and cause it to survive longer. Well, we've had some horrendous gale force winds at times. We've had some tremendous rainstorms and hail hit us. We've had kids throw rocks, stones and rocks, and the tent was attacked. Well, me and the tent were attacked by that lunatic one night. And here we are with, there's 2 repairs to the roof. That's about it, isn't it? From inside, 2 repairs to the roof. I have got a split next to the door, which I've never been able to patch up. It always comes undone again. And there's one split now where the TV is, because as it's pulled, as the whole tent's bent like that and the TV stood straight, it's pierced the shell, the outer shell of the tent. That far corner has got worse to the... I've got this one corner low down over near where the cooker is, where the stove is. That was fairly badly ripped and is now worse. I've got that, not exactly patched, but I've got duct tape there to stop the tear running, so it can't get worse. Maybe. But yeah, I spent half an hour today going around and patching little bits. Oh, there was a little rip on this back wall, low down, only little, but I've patched that so that again, just so it doesn't run. But we're surviving so far. The main damage from the wind is the fact that I've now smashed my solar panel to shit. My big solar panel. Currently working, but probably, from what I've read online, it'll probably cease working within about a month. So that's an issue. Oscar says Zoom session would be like a pub tap room. Well, I kind of, a little bit like Big Clive when he does his streams. It's meant to be like a bunch of guys meeting in the bar. Although the ladies are always welcome as well. Andy says 15th, like I'm seeing 16. So someone else coming after, or were you number 16 really? I've got this. What's going on? I've just smooth this out. Rocking. I don't like it when the phone rocks when I touch it. 15th. I thought it looked colder, says Tom. Okay, no, it's not particularly cold. This week's been quite warm actually. I was saying earlier, it might have been before you got here, Tommy Tombstone. I've had a couple of nights this week where I've been too warm in bed. 17 degrees at 6 o'clock in the morning is ridiculous for February. This time in February, this is where we get the nights that go down to 3 and 4 degrees, typically. In previous years, we get that 1 week where you get low temperatures. And this week we've had 2 days 16, 17 degrees. The next week's got something similar as well. Let me just bring that up. So yeah, yesterday was 12 degrees at night. Tonight's 11. Going to be 11. Currently 13 still. So these are the low points. These temperatures I'm about to mention. Sunday will be 13 degrees. Monday 14 degrees. That's the low point. That's at like 7 or 8 in the morning before the sun comes up, or as the sun comes up. 13 and 14 degrees. That's crazy. I mean, I'm happy. Better, I can take the snood off or the jumper. I can always take layers off or pull back the covers. But, yeah, no, we had 2 days at 17 degrees. It's like an English summer's day. And that's the middle of the night in the middle of winter in Spain. I'm glad to say every night is double digits. 10 degrees and 11 degrees is as low as it gets. And remember, most of the night will be 2 or 3 degrees warmer than the stated temperature. That's the low point at night. So half the night or more, you know, will be 2 or 3 degrees warmer than that. Why are condoms called Trojan? They're not over here. That's an American brand or a North American brand. Is it also Greeks waiting to raid the fortress? Okay, yeah. See, I don't think Trojan exists over here. Our main brand is Durex. Next one might be Mate, I think. Don't know. It's not a topic I have much experience with. Come to think of it, the temperature has risen. Yeah. There's Andy saying hello to everybody. 11 watching. Yeah, I get that now. Yeah, we did hit a low of 6. That might have been because I read out the Thursday and Friday. When I read out the details of the week, I think I'll lose people. I'm amazed that the normal TrampCast that I used to do. I'm amazed that got as many people watching as it did. A little bit of flex can be good. It's wind getting underneath or gusting through the door which makes them blow away. It's not going to move. It's not going to blow away with everything that's in here. It takes me 3 days to empty it. I've got maybe 7 of these big tote boxes that have all got stuff in. 6 now because I fell on one today and broke it. I got a big Queen Anne armchair, old lady armchair. 2 mattresses, chest of drawers, a veg rack that is now all just sauces, condiments. There's no room for any fucking food on there. Hence my potatoes and onions are just on the floor. My cauliflower and broccoli are in a bag, just over there. Might be able to get them into the fridge now. I've got to do some cooking, folks. I got a few sausages. and I've got hot dog sausages, I've got buns, I've got 2 or 3 bags of hot dog buns, I've got a loaf of bread. But I'm thinking of going shopping tomorrow and buying... I'm undecided whether to buy a rabbit for the pot, or I think I saw a double pack of beef cheeks. Now that's what someone bought me a while back, and I didn't have time to mess about when I cooked the first one, so I rushed it, and it was quite tough. But I braised the second one properly, and it was lovely and tender, and obviously very, very beefy flavour. It's a little bit expensive for the double pack, but I might. I've decided to try it when I've got the money. That was before I smashed my solar panel. But if I've got the money, I decided to try and eat a little bit more meat than I have done previously. Need to get some protein in my diet. Otherwise I might waste away. We'll see. Beer is a good idea. Beer is always a good idea. Oops. Sorry folks. I'm in the way. Cheers. I've got to be careful not to go too fast. Feels like I'm about here. And there's only one beer left in the tripod. There's only one more beer in the tripod, in case we went long. I thought we were going to finish on 2 hours. We were running out of steam, but we're patch stroke tape both sides. Yeah, that's difficult. There's bedrooms in the way. I can't get to them on the inside. Bummer about the solar panel, it is. It was leaning backwards against a bush. The wind was blowing at it face on, but I guess it blew into the bush, and then when the wind died, the bush sprung back, and it landed face down on 3 rocks. The dangers of living on a cliff top, folks, or near a cliff top. Solid bedrock, lots of stones. As they erode and weather away, lots of stones and rocks. Yeah, oh, it's annoying. Something that can last 20 years getting broken after 1.5 years. Almost 2 years actually. In a couple of months, I think. Is that right? Jack Attack can probably check quicker than me. I think March or April would have been when I bought the EcoFlow and then the solar panel a week or 2 later, because Karen helped me. I had the money to buy the EcoFlow, and I was running the 2 small panels, the 2 10-watt panels to charge the EcoFlow. But Karen said, what would it take? What do you really need? And she loaned me, she subbed me the money to buy the panel before I could actually afford the panel. Thank you, Karen. I've paid her back, I paid her back fairly quickly afterwards, but as long as I can get a light, I can smoke outside in a t-shirt, even if all manner of plants have fallen over. Was that Tommy Tombstone? That's like people from Newcastle who either wear t-shirts. They go to football matches in the middle of winter and they're bare-chested. This would be the men. The women stand outside nightclubs at 2 in the morning in miniskirts and thin blouses, snow falling all around. You got to admire them. I guess the liquid anaesthetic helps. The liquid anaesthetic helps you to not really feel the cold. I'm just really high. Well, there's another form of anaesthesia. I'm so high, really high. What are the temps there? Right now, didn't I just do... Is it 13 degrees here at the minute? 13 at 1:30 in the morning. Let me scroll. Where's it gone? Currently 13. Feels like 11 apparently, with the wind chill. Well, apparently it's not windy anymore at the minute, according to this one weather forecast that's off its tits. Through the day we're hitting 21, 23 degrees. 21, 23. Only 18 today. Saturday. Today, yeah, this today. Not the other today. It was 19 on Friday. It's going to be 18 today. But most of the rest of the week's 21, 22, 23 through the day. Between 10 and 14 at night is the low point. Can't really argue with that for this time of year. That's pretty fantastic. Like I said, in my experience, February is generally the coldest month here. Google says January, but my lived experience, if we're going to get all woke, my own truth. There is only one truth, the objective truth. Anyway, let's not have that argument here. 23 in Valencia today when Tom checked. Yeah. I was going to clean my room and I got high. Yeah, and then I got high. Was that 70s? 1970s? Was that the one that was sung by blokes, or was that the one with two? No, the one with two girls was, what was that called? Uptown. Can't remember. It was a bunch of black guys singing. I was going to do this, that, and the other, and then I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. Da 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 da. Yeah. Jack was just singing. He was. So windy, construction equipment is strewn over the pavement. Yeah, everything off my tables is all over the floor. My jar of coffee, plastic jar, I think. Or I'm in a glass jar at the minute. My coffee, sugar, drinking chocolate, washcloths, basically everything's blown off the folding table. And half the stuff off the big table, off the pine table. Had to go out cleaning that off the other day. I got a bin bag and I was trying to, and I decided to keep everything. There's a few things, but most things I kept, so it's just full still. Yeah, I don't know. Stop falling on things you don't like. Oops, I guess it goes in the bin now. It's a shame about this box, but it was in the way. I've been stepping over it for a while, but it's where I keep all my cookery gadgets and gizmos. Like when I finally get around to emptying this Temu bag that was delivered about 3 weeks ago now, half of it will go in the, well, would have gone in this particular box. Now I'm going to have to go digging around in the spare bedroom, the storage room, because there's at least 3 of the boxes that are in there that are empty. Just taking up space, not being used. And because they're taking up space, I've got a big sack of dog food stood in the doorway next to the fridge freezer that's also in the doorway. So I need to clear some space and get the dog food, the sack of dog food, into the spare room. Bearing in mind, if there are mice, that might be where they are. Because it's in the doorway to that room where I've caught most of them. I say most, I've only got 4, maybe 5 so far this year. Farmer's off on one about clapping cheeks. Oh, the beef cheeks, yeah. But they need to be cooked low and slow from what I remember. How would you arrange a Zoom session? I've got no idea. I've never used Zoom. I just found it embarrassing that we were down to 6 viewers. I think I'm the only person that came through COVID and never used Zoom. I had no use for it. There was nobody I wanted to talk to at the time. Happy in my own world. There was just me and the bloke I was sharing the apartment with, Tina and Akira, his dog. That was it. That's all I didn't even need that, but you know, I've said before, I'm very happy in my own mind, in my own space. I don't really need to go anywhere, except for when I need shopping or something. I don't need, like personally, mentally, emotionally. I don't need other people, I don't need other things, I don't need other spaces. I need a little bit of electricity, I need a screen and access to the internet. And from there I'm okay. When I've said before, when they do these who wants to go to Mars kind of surveys or questions or whatever, I mean, I don't really want to go to Mars, it's desolate, but the 9-month journey there, basically laying in your bunk bed, I could do that. I could lay down. I mean, I do that. I lay down all day, every day, with a few exceptions. Some necessary ablutions and some cooking or boiling water for coffee. A trip to the shop for beer at the weekend. Yeah. What else do I need? Walking, I have to walk the dog, but that's her that needs that, not me. I mean, you know, that's... Hey, babe. Under the covers at the bottom of the bed, fast asleep. Oh, when I went out before, when I went to the loo, I stood on her. Well, first I sat on her. I didn't know, I could tell I was on something, okay, I figured it was her, but I didn't know her orientation. So I tried to kind of stand up and go around her, and I stood on her. You okay, Tina, girl? The people want to talk. They want to say hello. Not today, folks. Not today. Well, we did earlier, but not now. That she was up here and she wouldn't settle. And now she went under the covers and then she wriggled under and wriggled away. Oh, and then I helped her get some water. And when I got her back on the bed, she wouldn't come back this end. She wanted to... She strongly indicated that she wanted to stay at that end. Can't believe how fast this year is passing so far. Yeah. We're 1.5 months in, aren't we? It'll soon be Christmas. 3 days time is my 10th anniversary of arriving in Spain. That's the one where I'm going to try, if I can think of what I'm going to talk about. I need to do some prep for this one. I need to do some prep. I'm going to try and do a 10-hour stream on the 17th, which may be Tuesday. Now, when I start and when I finish is all up for grabs. I've got no idea. My solar panel situation may get in the way. If that falls over again, all the glass falls out and it stops working, I won't have power. I won't have enough power. My little solar panels might be enough to get by for general use, but not for a 10-hour live stream. But we're going to try on Tuesday. I need to pick, I'm figuring on aiming to finish at maybe 2 in the morning, Wednesday morning. You can do up to 12 hours on a live stream, on a single live stream. I'm figuring on aiming to finish 10 hours at 2 o'clock. And if there's enough around, and if I'm in the mood, and if I can keep going, we'll go for the 12 hours. Maybe. But that's... I gotta find I will need help and topics and conversation to keep going, because if I can spark off, if I can jump to a topic and then find a tangent and a tangent and maybe find my way back around eventually, I usually don't, but if I can, then maybe I can keep going for 10 hours. 10 hours because 10 years. And because I don't think I could do 24. Also depends whether I manage to get a decent sleep. That one, I don't think that's real. I think that's because I was talking about sleep. Or thinking about sleep. Yeah, the year is passing really quickly. I think they always do now. Now we're of an age. Like when you were 10 and playing football in the playground at school. Soccer, if you're not European. A year was forever. A week was forever. But as you get older, days, weeks, and even months start to merge, and it becomes more difficult to keep track of time. I can forget what day I did something even when it's the same day. Earlier that day, I'm like, was that this morning or was that yesterday? Fuck. I don't know. Time flies. Karen is not of this world. She's a Bella Angeli. She's a very, very good friend, it has to be said, yeah. Robert says, we're living in the age of Aquarius. He said, that wasn't Mums and Papas, that wasn't one of theirs, was it? That was around 68 or 69, wasn't it? The water bear. Our Earth will experience more flooding. Maybe. Yeah, Friday the 13th, yeah. -1 where Jack is, Glasgow. February. Yeah, I can't roll my R's, but February. I should be better at rolling the R's by now because it's required in Spanish. Oscar's got -1 as well, says it feels colder. Farmer says I think 80s. I don't know what that's in connection with. That was at 1:32. Is that now? No, I'm 10 minutes behind. What was I talking about 10 minutes ago? Afro Man 2000. Now I'm lost. Uptown Top Ranking. That was them. That was the two girls, yeah? Yeah. Afro Man 2000. Was that the name of the group? The guys that got high? It wasn't in the year 2000, was it? Released? No, it's the 70s. Surely. I've seen it on Top of the Pops too, presented by Steve Wright. R.I.P. Steve Wright. After I was just 20 years off, I was mixing it up with Run DMC. Are we all talking about the same song? She's got a pause on her ears. My little Tina, could be. You don't walk the dog, she walks you. Once upon a time. Oh, we had some... Early on, that first year or so when she used to run away. Literally run away. At this main road here, I was outside. No, I wasn't at a bar. I was on the seats, the benches at the cliffs, and I let her off the lead deliberately. Let her have a run around, and she'd come back. Was the idea? No, not this day. Oh no. She took off 100 yards from the cliff tops down towards the main road. Then she stood at the main road, and she looked back at me like teasing me. Big smile on her fucking face, cheeky little bitch. And as I got closer, I thought, oh, it's okay, she won't go on the road. No, she went over the road. Right in front of a fucking bin wagon. She just trots, she didn't even run, she just trots across. And this bin wagon has to stop, and I'm like, oh fuck, sorry, I'm chasing her. And she gets over the road and she looks at me. And she lets me get fairly close, like within about 10 meters. And then off she runs. She takes one last look at, and off she fucking runs. She doesn't really know where she's going. And we had to go like through a few like diagonals, up a road one, up a block across, up a block across a block, and she got it wrong and she got separated from me. She got lost, and I was like dead fucking. I went to Kino, the bar at the top of the field, the top field of the three. I went there like fucking dog. I've been trying to find her for half, shouting at her. And I have a swift half, and then I calm down and I come back looking for her. And by this time she's a little worried that she knows that she's got lost. So I shout. And by the time I finish shouting the second time, she comes running around the block right up to me. Little bugger. And even then, she stands about 2 meters, 3 meters away and looks at me, and she's smiling. She's literally, you can see a fucking smile on her face, the little bugger. So back then, she used to cause turmoil. She used to cause walks and runs, and nowadays it's a bit different. I have to carry her. I haven't actually put her in a chariot this week. Haven't been anywhere. The weather, the wind, just the circus. I guess Monday when I cooked, we could have gone somewhere instead, but you know, I got to keep. If I don't post some videos every now and again, the YouTube channel will drop off, won't it? It won't go forever if you're not posting. And if you just do I don't think that YouTube are that keen on live streams. They don't give them equal weight with actual videos. They prefer pre-recorded videos, as far as I can tell. So you gotta find a topic to do a video on every now and again, and that's more difficult for me. There's not a lot happens here. Anyway, back to chat. Karen arrived. Hello everyone, she said. Welcome. Hello Bella Karen. We were just talking about you not long ago. I'm about 10 minutes behind. I'll be catching up. Yep, Oscar was seeing 14. I've got 12 currently. Maybe it's dropped off a bit again. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks, if you haven't already. Let's see if we can hit 20 at least. Not mixing up song, but year released. Run DMC had some good beats in the 80s. My favourite one was the one that they did jointly with that other group, where the video has them kicking the wall in, and I can't remember. Have you broke the solar panel? I have, Karen, yes. Well, I didn't, the wind did, but yeah, it is shattered. It's intact at the minute, but it's got 3 separate impact points with the big cobweb. The whole thing's. It will carry on functioning apparently for a little while, maybe a month, maybe a little bit more. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam, slap the like button, and consider subscribing. Why not? It's free. The So High song. You're saying it came out in 2000? That must be a remake or something. Must be. Mandela effect. It could be. I've swapped between parallel universe again. I am a slider. Afro Man, born in 74. Good God. Oh, reconnecting. I am live, apparently. I am live again. We disconnected for about a second, maybe. 3:49 on the counter. 1:50 in real life. The time. I can't remember, Karen. I remember me and you went looking for solar panels, and we got directed to the building supplies place, but we didn't find anything there. Did it come from Leroy Merlin? Or did we end up doing like Amazon or something? I'm not sure. Rod just sent me a link for something on Amazon, and I think someone else said Temu as an option. I don't know. I haven't got the money for it. It will work for a little while, as long as it doesn't fall over again and get even more damaged. I know that when we went to Leroy Merlin, we couldn't find, and we got directed to the building supplies, the builders merchant area of Leroy Merlin. What was incredible, get this guys, so my panel outside is, what is it, 12 volts, 100 watts, nominal, open circuit I think it's 18 volts. Cost, I think, just under 100, either just under or just over 100 euros. In the builder supply area at Leroy Merlin, you could get a 450 watt panel for 75 quid. 75 euros. But wrong voltage for the EcoFlow. It was the wrong voltage. But the fact that you could get like a 450 watt panel cheaper than a 100 watt, I guess you'd call it like a hobby panel or whatever, just seemed incredible. Incredible. But yeah, it has to be a 12 volt panel. I'm not even sure what the specs are for they're written on the back here, but at this time of night and with connected to lamps and the phone, I'm not going to mess. But yeah, I think technically the 18 volts open circuit puts it outside the range of what you're supposed to connect to this, but such is life. I think only twice have I hit it has an overload symbol that comes up sometimes, but only about twice in the time I've had them. And we must be, like I said, we're not quite on 2 years, but we must be approaching it. Because I got it while Joby was here, I think. Yeah, I think so. Gonna have to go out on the loo again, folks. Karen says she has seen them at the builders one. I don't know. They have solar panels, but they were the bigger kind of commercial ones or household ones. I'm going to go to the loo, folks. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to try not to stand on Tina this time. Hello, hello. I thought I'd bring one extra can over in case we go long. Just in case we don't finish in the next 5 minutes. Oh. Let's have a look. I managed to not step on her ladyship. I'm not sure how. I guessed correctly, I guess. Aside from the python, it was indeed a case of that. Let's have a quick hand wash. I think I forgot last time. Soapy water. Oh. Okay. Let's just gotta lay this back down. Can't stand it up. The wind seems to have dropped off a little bit. Don't you think? A little bit. I've got the massive calamitous gusts that we were having earlier. There's my towel. There we go. Let's get what's not right here. Something's not right. Bit of support behind the right hand side of my back, and we're back, folks. Okay. Let's see. Can I? No, I can't. Need to twist a little. Let's twist again like we did last summer. It was delivered €84 for the panel. No, it's not. It was a solid single panel, about 1 metre tall by half a metre, maybe 3/4 of a metre wide, roughly speaking. Nowadays you probably get smaller, it gives off more power. Away for a single fish. Yeah, a fish. Okay guys, ladies present. €84. Yeah, that would be a stretch at the minute. So ever since I told people not to give me any money in December, now nobody gives me any money. You were right, Karen. You were right. Don't tell them that. Okay folks, where are we? Okay, we lost a couple of viewers while I was away. I always am, says Karen. She's always right. Yeah, okay. I won't do it again. The next time I'm overflowing with money in the PayPal account, I won't tell people not to donate. But I felt guilty. If people donated when I was sitting on basically a pile of cash, I had enough money easily to get me. The debate was I could easily get through Christmas and New Year. I wondered how far into January it would get me, and I surprised myself by having it last as long as it did. But yeah, now things are getting a bit tight again, and then I've gone and had an issue with the solar. I'm not going to claim that I smashed it. I mean, I had just moved it. I had rested it against, as I do most days, rested it against this particular bush. And the wind wasn't coming from behind it. The wind was coming at it from the front. Shouldn't have gone over. But it did, and it landed on these rocks. Yeah, this is true. People don't have as much money in January, February. Yeah, everyone's paying off their Christmas debts. Or holding on to their money while they reevaluate whether to stay with that job or go for a different job. Bearing in mind they might have to have a couple of months with no money coming in. It's a big time. January in particular is a big time for people reevaluating their employment situation, as they used to call it. Situations vacant, remember that? Your job was your situation. There's Jackadak posting the PayPal link. Thank you, my friend. That's there for anybody who is of a mind to and who has the money, whether they're live here now or whether they watch on the playback, on the video on demand, however you want to call it. Catch up. Not ketchup, catch up. No, I won't. Okay, folks, we are on the 4-hour mark. Are we calling it quits here or are we going on? I'm happy to go on if there's enough of you here, and if the conversation can keep flowing. If we could hit 20 on the thumbs up, that might bring a few more people in. Has chat frozen, or are you guys just not talking? Oscar always says keep going, and then he disappears from the bloody conversation. Are you still doing jewellery? I thought you'd finished. I decided to hit top chat, and just then a message came through. Mike will go on. Titanic, is it? Something about will go on. Not long and I will be there. Isn't it still 4 weeks? Is it 2 weeks ago you brought me that food? It's not 3 weeks already, is it? You did the shopping. It's got to be just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks and a couple of days. And you had 6 weeks to go, I think, or 7. I had some movement that I wasn't sure whether it was the wind or not. But then it got loud, it was the wind. I was worried in case it was the Mises. And I hate those Mises to pieces. I think I said I took one out again the other day. I was unaware, I hadn't heard anything go off. It must have happened in the night while I was asleep. But yeah. It's at 20, it is. I can see 20 here as well. Yeah. Oscar's still here. Okay, Celine Dion, yeah. Okay, it was the Titanic thing. 23 days and 5 hours. Okay, it's 3 weeks. 3 weeks to go, and the odd day. Hold on, doesn't that mean you arrive on a Monday? No. 23 days, 21. I cannot do maths around dates and days of the week. Fuck it, I don't know why. 3 weeks, 2 days, 5 hours. 2 days. It's now Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It'll be like 6 o'clock Monday morning. Maybe. But in 3 weeks. Hold on. Keeping quiet. No, don't be daft. Seems wind has calmed down. Was just going to say his tent jumps again. It's like when I go and do a video in the middle of a real storm. I start the camera and it just goes fucking still. Did I tell you we had one in the car? One what? One what? A solar panel? That can't be right. Did I tell you we had one in the car? Not sure, Karen. Yeah, solar panel. Okay. Is that for your Delta? Your EcoFlow Delta? Or was it just to top up the engine? One of those, what do they call them? You plug it into your socket and it. Oh, you had a mouse in the car. Oh fuck. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think I've been told that. If I have, I've forgotten it. How's that happen? How does it matter? It must have come in with something that you've put in. Was this in Spain or in the UK? You weren't doing a bin run. You've not picked something up from the bins and picked up a little meese with it. That's no good. Stuart Little. Voiced by Hugh Laurie. Was it? I'd believe it was. Let me check. But I'm fairly sure it was. Because he does a good American voice, doesn't he? Stuart Little. Where'd that go? I lost my keyboard. Stuart Little. Hugh Laurie. 1999. Hold on, was he actually in the film or was he the voice of... Hold on. I thought he was the voice of the mouse. No, that's 2002, that's not the one. Cast. Okay. Michael J. Fox was the voice of Stuart Little. Hugh Laurie was what, the husband in the family or whatever. You can tell I've never watched it, eh? There you go. Michael J. Fox. How's he doing, health-wise? Parkinson's, isn't it? Advanced Parkinson's disease. After experiencing multiple falls and broken bones, including his shoulder, elbow and hand, he shifted to using a wheelchair for mobility. Fuck. Despite these challenges, he's returned to acting with a role in the 3rd season of Apple TV's Shrinking. Never heard of it. Diagnosed in 91. 35 years ago. 35 years ago. That's a shame. That's a shame. He was a good actor. I enjoyed his films. Not a bin in your car, but something from the bin. In the UK, okay, so no, there is no bin juice. Rod Gilbert, bin juice. Yeah. Just having another glass of wine. Be back in a minute unless blocked. You won't be blocked. Shut up. Can't eat the wires. Oh yeah, they do eat wires. I wonder if that might be what's happened. Well, I've got these 2 wires that are broken on these solar panels, and it's over there where the mice have been killed. Don't know. Yeah, they are a nuisance. They are a nuisance. Look at this. 4 hours in and we're up to 14 viewers at the minute. We were down to 6 not long ago. I was going to call it quits. I don't know that I've got anything more to talk about, folks. Topics. Yeah, I really did think that Hugh Laurie was the voice of Stuart Little, rather than the father of the family, the patriarch. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. I got a car halfway down the road again, and people getting out. I don't understand it. Who does this? Weird. At least they're not parked right outside my door. Andy just put some electrical tape in the microwave to soften it up. Turns out 30 seconds was too long. Yeah, I would imagine so. Now they've turned the engine off. They're parked out. Someone's going to shag in the road here, aren't they? Time is it? 2 o'clock in the morning. Why else would you come down a little alleyway like the little road like this and turn the engine off? Karen says the Stuart Little movies are great. I don't think I've seen one. Hello DFB. Hello. Stuart Little movies. I don't think I've ever seen one. I'm not even sure I've seen a clip of one. Which is why I thought Hugh Laurie played the mouse. Or voiced the mouse. No. Now it's microwave tape, yeah. I don't like it when I've got people parked somewhere nearby. Sometimes it's someone fly tipping. Like the guy that threw rocks at me that time. What was I thinking? He's throwing rocks at me and I said, I'm just standing, and I start walking towards him quickly. He's still throwing rocks at me and I didn't bother, I just kept going. Fortunately it was a bad aim. I once drove 80 miles with mouse traps in my car. Hold on. I wore tight trousers just in case it ran up my leg. Oh man, did I ever tell you about the time when so I was talking earlier about this single mattress that I had when I first built a bed, and then I built a shelter around the bed. Well, I kept that mattress for ages out in the field, and I used to sit on it through the day, and I'd sit there and drink coffee or eat a meal or whatever, just sat on the mattress. And one night at dusk, because it's getting dark, I thought I saw something moving. And when I looked, this thing ran right to me and kind of tugged on my trouser leg. It's a fucking rat. What did Tina do? And she was perfectly mobile at this time. What did Tina do? Fuck all. Didn't react. She doesn't react to mice and rats, usually. Can I ask you a question, Mike? Fire away. They're not, I think it's just left. They've just gone. Haven't been blocked yet. No, you don't get blocked. Have you been blocking people? No, so I've been. Can I ask you, do you have experience working the land? Not really. I dug a few ditches once upon a time on a race course. Helped my dad in the garden when I was a kid. That's about the extent of it, I think. Cut grass. Does that count? No, I'm not an agriculturalist, if that's where you're going. I want, when I get back to reality, I want some kind of plot of land or allotment or greenhouse or something. Or maybe I'll just go with grow lights and heating mats. Mike done the last Phantom Zone last week. Oh, I did. Yeah, I sent someone to the Phantom Zone. Yeah, new guy came in straight away. Had the attitude. What was it? It's not my problem if you're homeless. I was like, never said it was. And I thought, oh, I'll roll with it. We'll see where this is going. And it just got more. It just got more bitchy. I just figured, I'm not arguing. Plonk. Which used to stand for people leaving our news group, kill filed. When you add their list, you add their name to your list, and in the news groups, Usenet, you didn't see them again. depending on your newsreader. But yeah, person leaving our news group, kill filed, same thing. I learned from Asmongold. He just doesn't take any shit. He's not going to sit and debate and argue with people. He does occasionally, but on the whole, if they don't back down or explain themselves, they're gone. And that's becoming my attitude. I am a free speech advocate in a lot of ways, but free speech is about whether the government shut you up or not. When you come on my YouTube channel, I'm not the government. You know? As long as it's not the company, a big business or government closing you down. If it's an individual who just says, no, I've had enough, I'm fine with that. Also, Pharma accidentally almost banned Roger last week, didn't he? I think it was Pharma. Yeah, it must have been. It's a misclick, we know, it's not a problem. Yeah, alright, I only accidentally banned someone and I unbanned them then, okay. That's interesting, the spanner's gone. I hadn't noticed. Someone asked last week why someone had a shield after their name. I don't know if that was like a replacement for the... but it's gone. Come on guys, let's not argue. Oh, are you seeing a badge? I don't see a badge, Karen. Epstein's Trump files could be... Oh, we already covered them a little bit earlier. Epstein and Trump files. Where did we end up? We had Bill Gates, we had Prince Andrew, we had Beatrice and Eugenie for channeling money around so it wouldn't be spotted. Obviously Fergie as well, Andy and Fergie. Bill Gates giving his wife at the time a dose and then looking for antibiotics to surreptitiously treat her so she'd never know. Yeah. No, it's all it's amazing that they covered so much up for so long. And I still believe in Pizzagate, even though that one particular named pizza restaurant didn't actually have a cellar. But the one 2 doors down does. And wasn't it called Cannibal? The pizza parlour 2 doors down from the one that was named. It's called something like Butcher and Cannibal. Was it the pizza parlour or was it an actual butcher? Was that the jerky? The codename jerky, which people think means child meat or human flesh or something. Why were so many people talking about pizzas for £10,000 or $10,000? Nobody's paying $10,000 for a pizza. Had to be code for something, and it turns out that triangle slice kind of shape is code for boy love. People might pay 10 grand for that. There was a guy who was a reporter who did an expose on a proper real news program on a TV station. Gets sacked immediately after. 10 years later, he's got his YouTube channel and he's still doing the same story, and it starts to sound like he's right. It starts to sound legit. Oscar. It wasn't evidence, it didn't prove anything. Your post could have been blocked by internal YouTube mods or whatever. Cannibal Pizza. It's yeah, this guy did a big expose on it years ago, and these, you know what a map is? A minor attracted person, basically a paedophile that says that he hasn't actually done the deed, he hasn't done anything, he knows it's wrong to have these thoughts and doesn't act on it. But they'll often engage in discussions, and they have code words for all these things, and the Epstein files are riddled with these code words that that paedophiles use. And it was basically paedophiles that reported that fact to the police, to the FBI, and to the media. Code words and code symbols. As divulged by actual paedophiles. The Epstein files are riddled with these code words. You sent me some screenshots, but I told you at the time, Oscar, it didn't prove anything. Okay, folks, let's calm it down. Where are we? We are on 4. We're coming up for 4.5. I might call it quits there before things get out of hand and before I get too tired anyway. I was willing to carry on, but I don't want grief. Yeah, the whole Epstein thing. The thing is, it's all talked about and couched in different in words where you'll never be able to prove anything. Epstein was in touch with a lot of scientists and things, and was he just discussing science? Do we really think that Stephen Hawking, who visited the island, was raping children from his wheelchair? Is that even possible? Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing, you can never be sure. These rich people calling each other for a lift in their on the jet, or calling for a party. There was one, Elon Musk. Says he's never been there, but there are emails of him trying to book like he wanted a holiday with I can't remember the exact wording, but with like a real party. He wanted to really let loose. He said a peaceful holiday, a peaceful week off isn't what I'm after right now. I want to go wild. But that got cancelled. They were making arrangements, and then a few days later, Epstein emailed back saying, sorry, I won't be there, it can't happen, we'll maybe another time. And then nothing. But the wording of some of the emails, some of the people that emailed Epstein and said, yeah, we're going to drop by on this date, and then they list the ages of some kids. That my husband, he's got 4 kids with him, and that's this age, and I'm coming and I've got 4 kids this age, these ages, and they don't list the names or the sexes of the kids. It's almost like they're ordering from a menu. Husband, 4 numbers, wife, 4 numbers, age of kids, items on a menu. What is it? They'll always have some level of plausible deniability. It might be totally implausible plausible deniability, but they'll stick to it. Look, bringing his family to the island, you should listen, was hilarious. Not what happened, but how he put it. I'll have a look for that. Mountbatten, a code word. Oh, Mountbatten was wasn't it Prince Philip's brother or uncle? Something like that. It's a family name, isn't it? Let's have a look. Stephen. It's amazing how high into society he went. Yeah. I guess it's a money thing, isn't it? There's still the whole debate about where did Epstein's money come from. Was he really a tax expert advising people on how to move money around? Or was he a master blackmailer? Of course, if you've done nothing wrong, you've got nothing to be blackmailed about. Last name, Lord Louis Mountbatten. Yeah, that was him. Blown up under the Houses of Parliament, wasn't he? By an IRA bomb. If I remember correctly, and I often do. Allegations linking Lord Louis Mountbatten to the Kincora Boys' Home scandal in Belfast involve claims that the Royal was a part of a VIP paedophile ring operating at the facility during the 70s. Yeah, see, you've got lots of this stuff, haven't you? Don't they say this Ted Heath? There's allegations about him as well, yeah? Were. I mean, he's dead now, isn't he? But could we really... Is the whole Western world run by a paedophile ring? Could that really be true? And if it is, what are the implications? Could it be true? Is it all just a crazy conspiracy theory? But if it's just a conspiracy theory, why do all of these emails sound like code? They all sound like people are talking in a deliberately obfuscated manner. How could that happen by accident? If lots of people are independently talking in a weird way in emails that sounds like they're talking about something else. Did Elon Musk get rejected by Epstein because his email wasn't in code enough? You read it, he says he wants to freak out and have a wild party. Was he rejected because he didn't use code? He wasn't one of the in crowd. Don't know. Yeah, the pizza code things, the triangle, like concentric, like a, how would you describe it? You keep going in a single line, but you go inside you do this. And that symbol was used by one of those pizza shops as its logo. It's like in plain sight, but we don't know, normal people didn't know what to look for. And you could tell it is just it's just a geometric shape. It's just like a spiral, but in a triangular form, going inside itself. Plausible deniability again. Oh, we're a pizza shop, of course. Triangle. It's a slice. It's a. But you've got the emails where people are talking about 10 and 20 grand for certain types of pizza, and that's like, what does that mean? What? You buy a whole fucking pizza for 10 or 20 quid, whatever it is nowadays. I'm out of touch because I don't buy pizzas in pizza parlours. I don't do food delivery, funnily enough. I never did actually, but that's another. Very rarely. I guess when I stayed with my brother, we did get into a bit of a habit of doing that once a fortnight or so. I always think of Mike Yarwood when Ted Heath is mentioned. Ted Heath. Didn't he more do the other one? Hold on. Wasn't Jim Callahan. Was it Ted Heath? It might have been Ted Heath. I might be wrong. Who was before Ted Heath? So between Macmillan, who was 60s, to Ted Heath, who was 70s. Was there someone else? Who's the one with the pipe? Yorkshire bloke. My memory ain't what it used to be. No. Hold on, what am I typing? 60s UK Prime Ministers or 70s? Prime Minister list. Go on. Okay, Harold Wilson. Is that... Who are we talking about? Harold Wilson, okay. Harold Wilson. Ted Heath was the other one, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, Harold Wilson with the pipe and the... You're right. I always think of Mike Garwood and when Ted Heath mentioned. Night everyone. Interesting Jack. There's Andy. Hold on. People are saying good night, Karen. I didn't see her. Oh, night everyone. Night, Karen. Maybe catch up tomorrow on Messenger. On his yacht, decided to steam to his island with family. Apparently this was after he was convicted. This is the guy on the next island, yeah? The one who went in and said we're never going back there because there was a massage table in the middle of the room. And Epstein asked him if he wanted a massage. Seemed to indicate happy endings and things. So this bloke said, oh, we're never going there again. And then there's emails of them saying, hey, it was great to see you. Yeah. Just transfer your consciousness to Google, then just look it up when necessary. Yeah. Memory just ain't what it used to be. Andy thinks both advisor and blackmailer, probably. What about the links with, well, there's 3 different spy agencies, yeah? Mossad, CIA, and Moscow. KGB, I would guess, at the time. No. It depends what year you're looking at. Ted Heath was a sailor, loved going to the Scilly Isles. Okay, Silly Billies, okay. Yeah, Mike Yarwood dropped off, didn't he? He basically quit anxiety, I think. Some people said that his impressions weren't that good. Yeah. Is he still with us, or has he died? I gotta look that up. Mike Garwood. September 2023 he died. Okay. So not that long ago. Shame. One of those that's I was going to say ever present in your childhood, you know, when you're watching TV. Like Val Doonican and Des O'Connor. People that are just there. Whether you like them or not, they're still part of your childhood. God, no, don't say it. Oh, I will say it. Like Jimmy Savile and Rolf Harris. Big part of your childhood. And they're kind of taken away from you now. They're robbed from you. You're not allowed to have ever liked them. You're not allowed to ever mention them. Or be accused of celebrating pedos. Hold on. Jack Attack, here he comes. Yarwood battled serious alcohol issues during and after his peak years. He admitted that when he was not working, he was drinking heavily. These issues contributed to the collapse of his marriage in the 80s. Despite his confidence on screen, Yarwood suffered from severe anxiety, stage fright, and perfectionism. He reportedly experienced collapses on stage, making it difficult for him to continue live work. Bloody hell, didn't know that. Didn't know that. I thought he just couldn't handle criticism. I guess if you're a perfectionist with severe anxiety, and then the newspaper critics or whatever are saying that you're not great, that's going to double down on you, isn't it? That's going to pile it on you. Yeah. We got past 4 hours. We're coming up on 5. I think we will end it on 5 this time, folks. I think so. Unless you can keep the chat going. I am probably getting a little bit tired now. I do need to get some sleep before morning. Oh, I would usually walk her ladyship. I've started walking her in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 in the morning as well. Just to try and ease some issues. Jimmy Savile wasn't tried. People talk as though he was a convicted pedo. Why did the so-called victims only speak out after he died? That's an interesting point. You get this with a lot of these accusations, don't you? People come out like 10 and 20 years later. What's the guy called? Comedian and actor, dark hair, tries to look a bit like Jesus. He was a oh God. He's being investigated at the minute, but it's all accusation from 20 or 30 years ago. I can picture him. Dark hair. That film, was it called Sarah Marshall? Something Sarah Marshall. Brand, that's him. Yeah, what's his first name? Brand. I can't remember his bloody name. But it's a similar thing, isn't it? It's accusations. Now, it's not about underage in his... Oh, one of them was Russell Brand, thank you. One of the accusations is about a girl that was either underage or only just of age. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, got it. Russell Brand. I couldn't remember his bloody name. But all the accusations are from forever ago. Why would you wait 20 years, 30 years, whatever? I don't know. Cliff Richards, Freddie Starr, Jim Davidson, all accused. Yeah, what was it called? Operation U-Tree. Y-E-W tree. Almost all of it's false. Wasn't there there was an informant who turned out to be a loon making it all up? He was another one where it was supposedly a cult or a sex ring or a... See, this is where it gets difficult, like when you're looking at Epstein and stuff. Because we've had other things that have blown up, and it turns out that the informant at the centre of it was a fucking loon. I got no idea what Vazjana means. Is that the name of the loon? Tricky though, isn't it? Historical allegations. Not wanting to get into politics, but wasn't it the same with Trump? The woman that alleged things, it was like 30 years ago or something, and it was outside of the... What's that limit called? If you don't get accused of a crime within so many years, it can't be brought up. But they changed the law so that it could be. Statute of limitations. I think I remembered that myself. Chat isn't on screen in case anybody else did answer it. But they changed the law so that she could still make the allegations. I find that all very weird. You've got 20 years or whatever the number is to bring up an allegation. You let the time limit expire and you still bring up the allegation. Farmer has to be off. Good evening or night, Farmer. Have a good one, mate. How can anyone on a jury convict someone merely on one word over another? They shouldn't be able to. They shouldn't. How can that be proved beyond reasonable doubt? I guess the jury go with who they like, who they find more credible. But that could come down to nerves or memory over the course of years. It's tricky. It's tricky. Unless there's real corroborating evidence. But if all you've got is he said, she said, how could you possibly go beyond reasonable doubt? It seems perverse. Gravel Manor. Okay. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Farmer. And then he's going to list us all. Some jurors are stupid. Yeah, but the judge has to give directions as well. Surely the judge's summing up should be, look, it looks like all we've got is he said, she said, and you have to be convinced like 99.9% certain. And how can you be in a 50-50? Farmer's looking back through the chat to see who's here. I got you. I got that you were 10 jurors. I got it. Cheers, Farmer. Good night, mate. I'll just put this back here. I mean, I've got 2 beers here now because I brought one. I don't know whether to start one or not. It depends whether we're carrying on, folks. Are we carrying on? We're certainly going until the 5-hour mark, so that's another 15 minutes away or thereabouts. 14. I'm going to say 15 because my timer. We had the odd little dropout, didn't we? Oh, that's the other thing I have to think about. When we do the 10-hour stream, I have to at least start off either outside or in the big chair over there. I can't lay like this with my arm on the screen for 10 hours. We've been lucky that the chat hasn't been jumping about today. If I start a 10-hour stream, and like the other week where it started jumping around within the first 5 minutes, that'll piss me off. That would not be good. What I might have to do is create 2 streams, and if it goes bad really early, switch to the backup stream. Create 2, but one with a set ahead date. I might do that. But what time to start? If I do aim for it to close off at 2 AM, 10 hours. Oh God, does that mean starting at 4? 1600. Yeah. Start at 4 PM, 8 hours to midnight, another 2 to 2 AM, that's 10. And I could, in theory, keep going for another couple of hours if I was in the mood, because you can do up to 12 hours. If you go over 12 hours, I don't think it gets recorded. Look like Windows died down. My God, Mike, how did you know I was scrolling back? I'm psychic like that. Looks like the Windows died down, says Oscar. Yeah, I mean, you still get the odd little bit like that, the odd ripple, but it'll be back. Let me look on here for wind speeds. I'm not going to look at windy because that's too depressing when I see the big numbers for the gusts. But if I just look at the normal Torrevieja weather on Google, click for the wind. We're currently on 26 kilometers an hour as the average wind speed. So this is as low as it gets, 26. Then it jumps back up at 6 in the morning up to 31, 32, 34, 35, 37. A couple of hours at 40, and then it's 39s all the way through, basically, until, what? Well, it's in the 30s for the rest of the night, until 1 o'clock the next morning, Sunday morning. It's in the 30s, all day. Well, except for when it's in the 40s. Yeah. From 6 o'clock onwards. 5 if you include 29 kilometers. But it's not just like what the average wind speed is or whatever. It's what the gusts are. The direction's from the west all day, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know, mate. It'll be in. There'll be lulls. Lulls? That's the right word, yeah. There'll be lulls where it's not so bad. Farmer says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slaps. No, slam, slap the like button and subscribe. Or at least consider it, folks. What has been your most eerie experience? Eerie experience. I don't know. Not really. I don't really do like frights and ghouls and ghosts or any of that. Nothing. I've had a few. Right, here's two. Two different, not just incidents, types of incident. I'm sat in the field, and I see someone walking down the road, and they get to this hedge here, and they never come out the other side. And I wait, and I think, oh, maybe they're walking a dog and they've just stopped, and I'll poke my head around after a while because I'm totally fucking baffled. And not only is there nobody the other side of the hedge, but they haven't walked back up the road. They're not still within sight on the track here. That's weird. Had that a few times. Fairly recently. Who was here the other week? Maybe it was Joby. Maybe Joby. I was sat outside. Might have been Anthony a couple of weeks ago. A week ago, whenever Anthony was here. Might have been then. There was a woman walk down the road with a bobble cap on. And exactly like I just said, she walks past the tent, she goes behind the hedge and disappears from view. And I wait 10 or 20 seconds and so I poke my head around. And I look up there and she's not gone back up the road and she's not gone past. That's weird. Another one is when I see a police car go past on the top road, and a similar thing. He goes along, I think he's going to come down this road, and he just goes past, and there's a big, not a big tree, but there's a kind of a hedge, kind of bush, shrub, whatever you want to call it. And he doesn't go past. And he hasn't turned and gone into the petrol station. Those are a bit weird. It's not ghosts though, I don't think. But those are slightly eerie, slightly weird. I don't have any, there's no worries with spooks or, nothing like that. The only weird stuff I've had happen is gays coming to the tent wanting sex. And I invite them to jog on. Hasn't happened in ages. But it did happen about 5 times in total. So yeah, weirdness. People are weird. Missed question mark, don't worry about it. I'm not marking you on grammar. Cliff tops no good for winds. Yeah, this is true. I have a big bank of trees sheltering me, shielding me if the wind is coming from the east. And there's a bank of trees shielding me if it comes from the north. There is a gap in between those two banks of trees. If it comes from the northeast, it can get me. But at the minute it's coming from the west, which is kind of inland. That's the sea's off to the east there, mainly. A little bit to the south, because we're on a bit of a promontory. But no. Windy says not as bad for the next 24 hours. We were looking at 75 km/h on the gusts. Not that the averages are not horrendous, but the gusts were bad, and there's a red alert from the civil defence people put out on the phones, like the warnings that they do, beep 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 beep, and your phone goes daft. Up where Tommy Tombstone, up where he is, Valencia way, they're talking about 90 km/h. I'm hoping that's the gusts and not the average speed. Hold on. Saw some videos of can't be preppers maybe, preppers, nomads and campers witnessing strange events. Cheers Farmer, says Andy. I think it's to Farmer FM. Moons to levers. Presents. No. Got pushed in my side on my own in a graveyard, nearly shit myself. Yeah, Wolf just calling for sex, yeah. It's blatant. One guy just stuck his head in the door. Another stood outside and shouted. I've told you the guy who stood and shouted sexo, sexo. And I didn't understand, because six is, in some languages, is sex or close to sex. Not so much in Spanish, but don't know. But yeah. The one who was shouting sexo from on the track started to walk into the camp and dropped his keks. He wanted me to just bum him there and then. I wouldn't know how. Like I couldn't. No, I couldn't. No. I don't swing that way. Mooney, yeah. He got a tap on the back of the head and a kick in the back, and invited to move along. A little bit frightening, really, guys. I mean, I can laugh and joke about it now, but I don't know what kind of madmen these are. I might have a machete down his trouser, you know, or a knife, or a guy alone in a field. Moonies to the lead. Okay. I didn't open my can of beer, did I? We're 3 minutes away. Are we calling it quits, or are we carrying on? I don't know. Relieved he only poked his head in the tent. Well, I was suspicious in case it was like, imagine if you're a thief and you stick your head in to have a look around, and then you see that the guy's there. You're looking for a way. Suddenly, you're looking for a way out. Yeah. You could just say, you know, do you want to fuck, or similar. Knowing that the majority of people are going to say, go away. So I'm always suspicious of that. I've had other people come around and they'll stand there and they'll shout Kev or similar, and no Kev here. Are you sure? No Kev. Okay, sorry. And it's like, yeah, were you really looking for Kev, or were you testing whether there was anybody here, and if you got no response, then you'll come on the rob. I don't know. I've also had the occasions where, what are the other weird ones? People who come here ask me for money. We had the one where the couple in either a BMW or a Merc, a big black car, whatever sort it was, and they asked me for food. I've had people come here ask me for water. It's weird. Why are you asking a tramp for help? Why are you asking a fucking homeless guy for money? Or for food? Why do you come in a Merc and ask me for food? Weird. Say yes and watch the blood drain. Yeah. Oscar wants me to carry on again, and we're coming up. We're 30 seconds away from the 5-hour mark on the clock here. I'm going to open the can of beer anyway, because even if I do stop, I'm not going to be straight to sleep, am I? Especially if I do take her ladyship for a stroll. I can't say the proper word because that would wake her up. Have a beer. You got to be careful. Is it 3 in the morning? It is 3 in the morning. Loads of doggers near me. Oh, there's the other stuff. Yeah, the cars that come down and park like right there. Like this one earlier wasn't too bad. He was up there and he wasn't there long. It sounded like 2 people got out of the car I'm wondering if it wasn't fly tipping. I might find something at the end of the road there that's been thrown out. He wasn't here long enough for it to be a shag or anything, unless unless he's got issues. Might be a bit previous. But yeah, the ones who come and park right here. And then you hear the door slam and get out. Was it last week or the week before? We had one, didn't we? Someone parked there and got out. I had one earlier this week. And when they'd gone, well, the next morning, there's a load of leaflets just thrown in the road. I don't know whether that's a coincidence. Someone's been paid to do a leaflet drop and they've just thrown 100 or so out in the road here, and they're all blown about all over the place. But being out here, there's quite a few in the bushes here. It looks like I'm the litter bug. Got enough of a problem with my stuff off the tables just blowing around fucking everywhere. But such is life. Have a beer, mate. Okay, I didn't see Jack Attack do the cheers thing. Cheers, Jack Attack. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for joining me this Friday, isn't it? Or wasn't it? Friday evening. Saturday morning, as it now is. Cheers. Diana was going to tell all. She had a lot to tell, except wasn't half of it made up by that Andrew Morton bloke. So he was showing her documents about things that other members of the royal family were saying and doing, and money being moved around and things. And he'd faked it all. It was all his evidence that he was egging her on with. So he was trying to get her riled so that she would do interviews and talk. And then when she did do interviews and talk, she got shunned even more by the royal family. But he was right at the centre of it all, and don't be surprised if he turns up dead one day for what he did. I think once William gets the top job, yeah. Was it Andrew Morton or was it the other one? The Asian bloke. Oh, I could be wrong there. I might be wrong. Harry doesn't look like William or Charlie. No, but he does look like his uncle from Diana's brother. So that there could be it could be a genetic thing, a skip a generation thing. I don't know, but it is always, a lot of people suspected. What was he called? The army bloke. I can't remember his name. Kind of picturing. She liked to put it about, yeah. Will Carling, the rugby player, had a go, didn't he? And a few, there was rumours of a few others. I don't know that many have been named. Hewitt, that was him. I want to say Charles Hewitt, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, Hewitt, James Hewitt, maybe. That sounds more likely. Yeah. Oscar got there before you this time, Jack. I'm going to go James Hewitt, but and I'm just going to say Major as well because I don't know why. So Will Carling, the rugby player, Major James Hewitt, look to Wuffle. I don't know. Probably a few others, and then there was Dodie, wasn't there? Fayed. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. She's definitely messed about. I can't remember which journalist it was that messed her about with fake documents. I thought it was Andrew Morton, but he came after, wasn't he? Just a biographer afterwards. I got half a picture of an Asian bloke interviewing her. It's not Krishnan Guru Murphy. Didn't the same bloke interview Michael Jackson? You guys not going to get there before me. Do I have to go look myself? Captain. I thought Major. Majors are above captains, yeah? How does it go? Second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major. And then you're off into the lieutenant, colonel, colonel, and brigadier. And then from brigadier onwards, you're up into the lieutenant general. No, major general, lieutenant general, general. And then you're up into the field marshals and all the rest of that. I would imagine I got my ranks, I got them in the right order. I would imagine. What am I looking for? Journalist who faked Diana documents. Documents. Do I have to put the princess part in? It was Panorama. Deceitful. Martin Bashir, there you go. Martin Bashir. I apologise to Andrew Morton. He was the biographer that came after. Inquiry criticises BBC over deceitful Diana interview with fake documents. Martin Henry Bashir is a British former journalist. Yeah. Yeah. I'm scrolling. Captain Saturn of Nature. Keith. Oscar, they live in a different world to average public. This is true. And it says Gujarati. I don't know what that. It's supposed to set a good example, as Ricky would say. My ass, Ricky Tomlinson. Yeah. Oh, it's a different royal family. The I keep wanting to say wildly. The widely called major, he retired as a captain in '94, gaining the honorary major rank later. How? What the fuck's an honorary rank? That's weird. Never knew any of that. He retired as captain. That's not... If you've gone in as an officer, so you've gone in as second lieutenant, you expect, basically, in the military, they expect to get a promotion every 2 to 3 years. So they do their training, the cadet or whatever they're called, ensign's navy. But anyway, they do that. Then they become a second lieutenant once they're qualified. So that's what, after 4-6 months, whatever. Second lieutenant. 2 years later, lieutenant. 2 years later, captain. He can't have only done 4 years in. Maybe he did 6 and he was a slow. Maybe he was a low achiever. 17 years in the lifeguards, but retired as a 17 years. Having failed his majors examination multiple times. 17 years to only get 2 promotions. He can't have been very good. Unless he can't have started off as a rank and file. He can't have started off lower. The British Army don't often promote somebody from a non-commissioned officer to a commissioned officer. That doesn't happen often. So he's gone in the Guards. 17 years to get 2 promotions. That would be embarrassing. Granted upon retirement in line with common army practice. So whatever rank you are, when you retire, and he didn't do his full 22 then, he's just 17, retired and got an auto promotion, an honorary promotion. Diana was too young for Charlie. He was about 12 years older, yeah, and you had all of that whatever lovies, that comment when they got engaged, or just after, whenever that was. Yeah. And all along he was shagging his horse, wasn't he? Paul Burrell, the rock, her rock, which is that a Saint? It's almost a Saint Peter quote, isn't it? Well, Jesus, the rock upon which I will build my church. Yeah, I was her rock. Self-proclaimed. Self-proclaimed. That's always got to be suspicious. Yeah, when you've got an age gap like that. When he was 20, she was 10 or 8 or whatever, yeah. Imagine if they knew each other at that point. Because these royals and the earls and everything, they're all interconnected and probably already related before they got married. Probably a little distantly, but yeah. What's all that with fucking Althorpe? Spell Althorpe. How do you change the order of letters when you're saying it? Polo. They did know each other. What, when he was 20 and she was 8? That would be... Imagine being a full-grown adult and there's a child in front of you and you end up marrying that child. That's... Yeah, Paul Burrell was the butler, or similar. I don't remember the specific term. They probably have posh terms for it. But yeah. He made his money though by... he wrote a book, if I remember correctly. And did all the television and radio. He did all the interview circuit. Newspapers, television, radio. Sickos. I would say, yeah, if a 20-year-old knows an 8-year-old and then ends up marrying her, or shagging her at all. Do we think that the royals shag? Or do they do artificial insemination to have their progeny? To get the next in line to the throne? Do you think that they take chances and actually just wait for nature? Or do they just get it sorted in a lab? Either artificial insemination or in vitro. Test tube babies. Don't know. failed his exam for promotion 3 times. And do you have to wait a long time in between? If you fail it, do you have to wait another 2 years for the next round? I can't get over 2 promotions in 17 years. I know it's the guards. I know it's, you know, it's a prestigious unit. Unit's not the right word. But yeah, regiment, whatever. Don't know. That a lot of the hoi polloi are quite thick. That a lot of them are unintelligent. From what I gather, and from the 1 or 2 that I've met. What Princess Margaret's son, Lindley, Viscount Lindley? He was Viscount Lindley in the 80s when he owned a restaurant in Chelsea Harbour. Have I got the right name? I think I've got the right name. And hold on, was that restaurant Harvey's? I don't think it was. I remember it being Harvey's, but I've looked this up after and they say not. Harvey's was another restaurant in Wandsworth, Chelsea and... It is Chelsea and Wandsworth, isn't it? The borough. Marco Pierre White. It's a good traditional Yorkshire name. Marco Pierre White. Isn't he from Leeds? Wasn't Guy Fawkes as well? Guido Fawkes. Young Guido was from Leeds as well, I think. I gotta check that. Definitely a Yorkshireman was young Guido. These traditional British names. I gotta look. Guido Fawkes. Yeah. That's who I'm after, but I'm going to type in Leeds just to short circuit any Guido Fawkes Leeds. Guy Fawkes, November the 5th. Yeah. Born in York. Yeah. York, not Leeds. Okay, still Yorkshire. But Marco Pierre White is Leeds, isn't he? Unless I've misremembered that as well. I just can't get over Marco Pierre being a good Yorkshire name. Leeds, West Riding of Yorkshire, Marco Pierre White. I watched a few videos of him on the BBC recently. Well, no, sorry. Let me rephrase that before television licenses are required. I watched some videos on YouTube put there by BBC, was it called Maestro or something? And whilst he's undoubtedly a good chef, fucking, what's he, 3 fucking Michelin stars or whatever, probably multiple times in different restaurants, the way he talks about food, it feels so false to me. That breezy, oh, I'm thoughtful, this is almost science, oh, we do this. It irritated me a little bit, I have to say. It irritated me a little bit. The Royals definitely shag the taxpayers. Yeah, they do fuck us over big time. Although they would argue that they bring money into the country through tourism, blah blah. But I don't know, folks. I don't know. Right, I am definitely calling it quits on the 5.5 hour mark in 10 minutes. I am actually getting tired now. and running out of conversation, I think. Yeah. I'd never heard of this this automatic promotion on retirement. And is it really retirement if you haven't done your full 22? You're 22 for your military pension. So leaving the army isn't necessarily retirement. I'm not sure. It might be different officers and all that. You know. I worked with guys who did their full 22. Imagine being 40 or thereabouts, and the rest of your life you're already drawing a pension, and you carry on working for another 20, 25 years. Leaves you pretty well off for the rest of your life. But as I understood it, you had to do your full 22. What do I know? I ain't seen any money they supposedly bring in. You probably have to live in London and, I don't know, run a hotel or have a fish and chip shop or own Harrods. I don't I don't know. Airlines. Airlines and hotels are probably where most of the money goes. Airlines, hotels, restaurants, perhaps. I enjoyed tonight, especially not getting blown. Don't start that again. I'm fairly sure she never did. I'll say I'm positive she never did. But we're not going to argue about it. I've enjoyed it. It's been a good. I've enjoyed the. I thought I was getting a bit bogged down in the run up to the 2 hour mark, between an hour and a half and 2 hours. I thought I was going to run out of steam. That seems to be a common pattern, though. I don't know if it's me, or if it just takes a while for more people to arrive and questions to come in and gives me jumping off points to rabbit on about. No idea how I'm going to fill 10 hours on Tuesday. I'll have to go look up some of the sciencey things and computery things that have happened recently, so that I've got some talking points for when I get stuck. I'm obviously, but someone will slate me for being here as an illegal immigrant. That's a fair comment, but it'll happen. We'll get some new people come in probably, if I can get the right thumbnail to draw people in. That's the challenge. Getting a good thumbnail that entices people in. Especially if I don't want to show them this mug and scare them away. I'm gonna take the hedge trimmer over the beard as well before then. Possibly tomorrow. Mind if I step outside tomorrow, it might just blow away in the fucking wind. I guess we'll see, folks. I guess we'll see. We've got about 6 minutes left, and I'm trying to pad. So if anybody wants to say their goodbyes, I sometimes just lurk rather than chat. Okay, I got you. Don't, honestly, drop in, be in chat. Help keep the conversation going. I do get stuck sometimes, folks. I don't know how I do this. I said it many times before. Quiet, shy guy. I guess being in a room on my own talking helps that. I would have never guessed, if you'd have asked me 3 years ago, could I do this? I would have said probably not. Although once I was homeless and I was at Lorraine's, so before I was truly out in the wild, so I'd been kicked out of my apartment, I'd nowhere to go, had no money or no access to money, and Lorraine, the lady who took me in for 3 or 4 months, I think I mentioned to her that I fancied the idea of trying a YouTube channel. But as people do when they hear these fanciful ideas, they poo-poo you. Oh no, you haven't got, what she said, you need a voice for that. And I was never sure whether she meant voice or whether she meant like something to talk about. You need to be enigmatic or um, charisma, which clearly I don't have. But I don't know. People, I think she was the only person I ever mentioned the possibility to. I think it was just in general conversation because when I was there sleeping on the couch, on the settee, sofa, whatever you want to call it, I would have my I would listen to YouTube at night, which led to one of our big, well, it wasn't our big rows, it was her big row. I had the TV on one night and I turned the volume off and put YouTube on just for a minute, and then I fell asleep. And then I think a video auto played. So the thing I was watching finished, something else started and it was louder. So she came out to see what all the fucking noise was. Saw me there asleep with YouTube on, but also with the telly on. And she went ape. I tried explaining to her that she was getting angry about like two cents worth of electric. But I couldn't get it across to her. She thought I was making the numbers up. Small TV, probably about 50 watts. Let's say that it was on for 2 or 3 hours. You work out how many watt hours that is, and then you divide the price of a kilowatt hour by the fraction of a kilowatt hour that you've used. So let's go with the numbers. 3 hours at 50 watts, 150 watt hours. Let's call it 200. Let's call it 200 watt hours because that's easier. So it's a fifth of a kilowatt hour, and a kilowatt hour is what, 15, 20 cents 20 cents for a kilowatt hour. So you're looking at a fifth of 15 cents, or a fifth of 20 cents. That's what we were arguing about. I don't know. Anyway, it's just I don't mean to talk bad about it because she did die 6 or 7 months ago, apparently, and that's a shame. I liked her. She helped me out when I was stuck. The relationship, the friendship, obviously fell apart in the end because you don't want someone in your house for 4 months. Fair enough, but I don't mean to be disparaging about her. I'm just commenting on the fact that we were arguing about 4 cents. It's a miracle that we can communicate at the same time from all over the world, don't you think? Yes. If you'd have explained this to 10-year-old me. So when I was 10-year-old and the program on TV called Nationwide, the BBC couldn't reliably communicate between their different TV stations live on TV. So we've gone from a mega corporation, publicly owned as it is, but a mega corporation not being able to communicate just from around Britain, from TV studios as well equipped as they are, to you and me and everyone else here just being able to sit and chat from all around the world. Without a TV studio, without mega corporations, without television cameras as big as a van. It is incredible. It is incredible that it happens and that it's as reliable as it is. I mean, it has its occasional outages and things, but on the whole, it's incredibly reliable. And of course, when I'm talking about the 70s, we were probably in black and white still, most of us, most of the time. Here we're in full colour. We're doing it from a thing here that sits in our pocket, or I am anyway. It's incredible, and the resolution is higher than what am I broadcasting at? Probably 1080p, yeah. What was an old TV? 540 lines, was it? The amount of resolution and probably audio fidelity as well, from something that just sits in your pocket and done without wires for the most part. That's incredible, it really is. Unless one gets blocked. 3 channels, yeah, there were until about 1980, yeah, 80 or 81. Channel 4. Don't remember when Channel 5 started. Did you know that Channel 4 and Channel 5 are also owned by the government? Not just the BBC. That's interesting that we've let that carry on. Strange state of affairs. I can't let it drop. Yeah, indeed. Okay, folks, we are after 5.5 hours. I am going to draw a line under it right there. I thank you all very, very much for joining us tonight, me and Tina. She is currently unavailable under the covers at the bottom end of the bed, so I can't show you her. But I shall say good night. I don't have to. I was still going to point the camera over there. I will say, from Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks.